Hi everyone, I know you are watching this content to accompany your sleep. So before we start, I want to know where you are watching from and what time you are watching. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's jump straight into the story. Story 1. September 11th, 2001 was a day seared into the memory of every American. It was the day the world changed, when tragedy struck in ways no one could have predicted. The events that unfolded at Ground Zero are still haunting, and the images of the Twin Towers collapsing are forever etched in the history of the nation. Yet, as the world watched in shock and disbelief, another life was slipping away in the shadows of a city already drowning in grief. This is the story of Lawrence Larry Holmes, a man whose death went largely unnoticed, buried beneath the weight of a national disaster, yet as tragic and senseless as any other. Larry Holmes was 48 years old when he was killed. He was a man with a complicated past, one marked by both triumph and failure, a past he had tried to leave behind. Born and raised in Newark, New Jersey, Larry had known struggle since childhood. He had grown up in one of the toughest neighborhoods in the city, a place where crime was rampant, and opportunity was a luxury few could afford. Larry wasn't a criminal, but he wasn't innocent either. His youth had been marred by minor offenses, petty thefts, and the kind of street-smart hustle that came with trying to survive in a place where survival often meant bending the rules. Despite his past, Larry had always wanted more for himself. He had spent years working in construction, laboring to build something permanent, something that wasn't just another temporary fix. His hands were scarred from years of hard work, but they had also built a reputation. Larry wasn't a master builder, but he was dependable. He showed up every day, and he worked harder than most of the younger guys on the crew. He had his demons, sure, everyone in Newark had their demons, but Larry was a man trying to make a better life. He had a wife, Evelyn, whom he loved deeply, and a son, Devin, who was 15 years old. They were his world, the reason he worked the long hours, the reason he kept pushing forward. Every time he thought about quitting, about giving up on the dream of a better life, he thought about them. They were the ones who kept him grounded, who reminded him that there was something worth fighting for. September 11th, 2001, started out as an ordinary day for Larry. He woke up early, kissed Evelyn goodbye, and promised Devin he'd be home in time for dinner. He had a small project lined up, a residential remodel in Manhattan, and he was looking forward to it. He knew the job was going to be tough, but he relished the challenge. He made his way into the city, like he had done so many times before. There were no signs that today would be any different. The air was crisp, the kind of coolness that signaled the coming of fall, and the streets were full of the usual hustle and bustle. People walking quickly to get to their jobs, the occasional car honking in frustration at the morning traffic. Larry arrived at the job site at around 8:30 a.m., a little earlier than expected. He wasn't the type to show up late, and he wasn't the type to leave early either. He was there to work. He greeted the foreman, Tony, and checked in with the crew. The house they were working on was located in a quiet neighborhood in Brooklyn, an area that had recently been gentrified, and the owners were looking to sell. Larry didn't think much of it, just another job to finish. He was about to get to work when his phone rang. It was Evelyn. She didn't sound alarmed, but her voice had a note of unease. Larry, turn on the TV. Something's happening in the city. He had no idea what she was talking about. He walked to the small break area where a portable television sat on a shelf, and he flipped it on. The news was already broadcasting footage of the first plane hitting the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Larry watched in disbelief as smoke billowed from the building, the sky above it now a sickly shade of black. "What in the hell?" he muttered under his breath. He could hear Evelyn's voice faintly in the background of the call, but his focus was on the television screen. He didn't know it at the time, but the second plane had already hit the South Tower. The news anchors were scrambling, trying to make sense of what was happening. Terrorists. Hijackers. Everything seemed surreal, like a nightmare that couldn't possibly be real. He couldn't pull himself away from the screen, his heart racing as the reality of the situation began to sink in. The rest of the crew had gathered around the television, too, the shock of the moment paralyzing them all. They watched as the world they knew started to crumble. But Larry, ever the realist, knew he had to make a decision. The construction site was miles away from the towers, but it didn't matter. The city was under attack. His wife was waiting at home. His son was at school, and he had no idea how this would end. He tried calling Evelyn back, but the lines were down. He tried calling his son, but the lines were jammed. He had no way of knowing if they were safe, if the city was as chaotic as it seemed, or if the destruction was contained to lower Manhattan. All he could do was wait, just like everyone else. It wasn't long before the first tower fell. Then the second. The sound of it, when the buildings crumbled, was something Larry would never forget. It was like the world itself was collapsing. "Tony, we need to get out of here," Larry said to the foreman, his voice firm. "This job isn't worth dying for." Tony looked at him, unsure. "You're right, Larry, but where are we supposed to go? The subways are down. The streets are packed. We'll figure it out. I'm going home." Larry knew it was better to be with his family, even if they didn't know what was happening, than to stay at the job site. He was halfway down the block when it happened. He was walking down Fifth Avenue when two men, barely more than boys really, stepped out from an alleyway. Larry had been caught off guard. His mind was still preoccupied with the collapse of the towers. He hadn't seen the two men approach, and before he could react, one of them shoved him hard, sending him stumbling backward. "Give us your wallet," one of the men demanded, his voice trembling with urgency. Larry's survival instincts kicked in. He wasn't a fighter, but he wasn't about to just hand over everything he had. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet, but as he did, he felt something sharp against his side, a knife. The second man had pulled it out, and before Larry could even fully comprehend what was happening, the blade was sinking into his flesh. The pain was excruciating. It was sudden, the kind of pain that numbs you for a moment before it bursts in your body like fire. Larry stumbled backward, trying to hold onto his stomach, trying to stop the bleeding, but the men were quick. They moved in with practiced ease, pulling his wallet from his pocket before pushing him to the ground. The last thing Larry saw was the look in their eyes, hunger, desperation, and something else that felt like anger. The two men ran, disappearing into the crowd, leaving Larry on the sidewalk, clutching at his stomach, the blood pooling around him. He tried to scream, but his voice was lost in the noise of sirens and people shouting. He could hear footsteps approaching, but they weren't enough to save him. His vision blurred, and the coldness spread over him, the world dimming around the edges. When the ambulance arrived, it was too late. Larry Holmes was dead. The investigation that followed was brief, and the crime was all but forgotten. The police had no suspects, and the witnesses who had seen Larry on the street were too panicked to provide useful details. His death was overshadowed by the tragedy of the day, and the case quickly went cold. Evelyn never found out who killed her husband. She raised Devin alone, but the pain of that day never left her. She would often stand by the window, staring out at the streets, waiting for Larry to walk through the door, but he never came. On that same day, while the world mourned the loss of so many, Larry Holmes's life was taken just as suddenly, just as violently. His name would never be spoken in the same breath as the victims of the attacks on the Twin Towers. But for Evelyn, for Devin, Larry's death was a hole that would never be filled. The days that followed Larry Holmes's death were filled with an eerie, heavy silence. As the nation tried to comprehend the enormity of the tragedy in New York, families in other parts of the city were struggling with their own personal losses, which seemed insignificant in the shadow of the terrorist attacks, but were no less real. For Evelyn Holmes, the silence was suffocating. The day Larry was murdered, she had been sitting at home, glued to the television as the chaos unfolded in Manhattan. The phone lines were jammed, and there was no way to reach him. She watched, frantic, as images of destruction and confusion filled the screen, all the while knowing that Larry was out there somewhere, trying to make his way back to her and their son. The phone call she received from the police came hours later, well after the initial shock of the terrorist attacks had settled into a kind of disbelief. It was a random officer, one she had never spoken to before, who gently told her that her husband had been found on the streets of Brooklyn, stabbed and left to die. The officer explained that Larry's wallet had been stolen in what appeared to be a robbery gone wrong. The call was surreal to Evelyn. She had never expected to hear such words. At first, she didn't even know how to process the information. The events of the day had already felt like an unending nightmare. The idea that Larry was now gone, taken from her in a senseless act of violence, seemed too much to bear. She struggled to understand how, in a world that was already falling apart, the love of her life could be taken in such a brutal, unprovoked manner. He had always been her protector, her partner, and now he was gone, leaving her alone to face a world turned upside down. The funeral arrangements were a blur. She couldn't remember the exact details, but she knew that her family had tried to support her in the way that they knew best. She had people around her, but none of it seemed to matter. She kept looking for Larry in every corner of their home, expecting him to come through the door at any moment. She expected him to walk in from the garage, where he often tinkered with his tools and spent his evenings unwinding after a long day. But he never came. The house felt empty without him, even though his presence lingered in every room, in every quiet corner. Devin, their son, took the loss harder than Evelyn could have imagined. At 15, he was old enough to understand that his father was gone, but not old enough to process it in a way that would bring him any kind of peace. He withdrew from his friends, his grades began to slip, and he spent most of his time locked away in his room. He would listen to music that reminded him of his father, old rock songs that Larry had played over and over on the radio at home. It was as if Devin was trying to preserve the memory of his dad, trying to hold on to some piece of him that hadn't been stolen away. But nothing could fill the void. The gaping hole left in their lives was too much to bear. Evelyn tried to be strong for Devin, but she didn't know how. She often found herself crying quietly at night, missing the sound of Larry's voice, the warmth of his embrace. They had both built a life together, and now it seemed like everything was falling apart. The months that followed were a blur of mourning, but also of unanswered questions. The police investigation into Larry's death was barely a footnote in the larger story of September 11th. No one seemed to care about the man who had been murdered for his wallet on the streets of Brooklyn. The detectives assigned to the case were stretched thin with the aftermath of the attacks, and though they had taken down a report, there was no urgency to solve the case. The two men who had killed Larry were never found. The city was still reeling from the terrorist attacks, and Larry Holmes's murder, though tragic, was just another small casualty in a city that was already drowning in grief. There were no new leads, no witnesses who could provide anything substantial. The people who had seen Larry's final moments were too shaken to remember the details, too caught up in their own survival to notice what had happened. The men who had murdered Larry were long gone, lost in the chaos of the city. The case was filed away, labeled as unsolved, another grim statistic in a city that was too numb to care. For Evelyn, this lack of justice was a wound that never healed. She often wondered if it would have been different if Larry had been murdered on any other day, on any other occasion. If the country had not been in the midst of such an immense tragedy, if the news cycles had not been consumed with the horror of the attacks, perhaps someone would have noticed. Perhaps someone would have cared enough to track down the men who had killed him. But Larry's death, like so many others that day, was buried beneath the weight of the tragedy. There were times when Evelyn would look at her son, Devin, and see the same confusion and sorrow in his eyes that she felt every day. The two of them were bound by their shared grief, yet they couldn't find a way to connect with each other over it. Evelyn had lost her husband, the love of her life, the man who had been her rock. And Devin had lost his father, the man who had taught him how to be strong, how to work hard, and how to live with dignity. They were both grieving, but they were doing it in different ways, and it was tearing them apart. As the years passed, Evelyn tried to rebuild her life, but Larry's death always hung over her like a cloud. She couldn't move forward without feeling the weight of it. She had tried therapy, support groups, and even religion, but nothing seemed to provide the solace she needed. The memory of Larry, the man who had worked so hard to create a better life for his family, was always present in her thoughts. And every time she walked past the spot where he had been murdered, the sense of injustice would surge within her. Devin grew older, and as he did, he found his own way to cope with the loss. He started working odd jobs, trying to save money to go to college, but his relationship with his mother began to strain. He resented her for not understanding his grief. He didn't know how to talk to her about the anger he felt, anger at the world, at the men who had taken his father, and at the fact that no one seemed to care. He became withdrawn, spending more time away from home, more time trying to forget. But the truth was, neither of them could escape the pain. Every anniversary of Larry's death felt like a wound being reopened, and every new year was a reminder that time had continued on without him. The world had moved on from that tragic day in September, but for Evelyn and Devin, September 11th would always be a day of deep personal loss, a day when their world had forever changed, not just because of what happened to the country, but because of what had been taken from them. It was a loss that couldn't be quantified in the same way that the terrorist attacks could be. It was a loss that went unnoticed, but it was a loss nonetheless. In the wake of tragedy, there are many stories left untold, lives left unremembered. Larry Holmes's death was one of those stories, a small tragedy in the midst of a much larger one, but for his family, it was everything. The years that followed Larry Holmes's death were marked by an ongoing, gnawing sense of emptiness for Evelyn and Devin. Their lives had become a constant balancing act, each trying to find a semblance of normality amidst the wreckage. But the absence of Larry was undeniable, a presence that hung over every aspect of their existence, despite the passage of time. The world may have moved on after September 11th, but for them, the grief never fully dissipated. They had learned to carry it, to live with it, but the weight never got lighter. Evelyn eventually moved out of their old home. It had been the place where she and Larry had built their life together, and with each passing day, it became harder to live in the house that had once been filled with his laughter, his presence, his warmth. She found a small apartment in a quieter neighborhood, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. But even there, in the quiet, she felt the loss. She would still find herself, at times, waiting for Larry to walk through the door, as if the years had never passed. The world had changed drastically in those years, and yet, for Evelyn, it seemed like nothing had changed at all. Devin, too, had changed. He had grown up, graduated high school, and found work as a mechanic. It wasn't the life he had dreamed of, but it was a life he had built for himself, in his own way. He had started to live on his own, renting a small apartment in the city. But the pain of his father's murder was never far from his thoughts. Devin carried the anger with him, even as he tried to build a future without the man who had been his role model. His relationship with his mother remained distant, as though they were two strangers living in the same space, bound by blood but disconnected by grief. As the years went by, the question of Larry's murder began to fade into the background. The police had never followed up, the case remained cold, and there was no new information. The murder of a man in the midst of a city still reeling from the largest act of terror the world had ever seen was quickly forgotten. There were no memorials for Larry Holmes, no candlelight vigils held in his memory. The injustice of his death was lost in the larger narrative of the country's collective trauma. His murder just one of the many tragedies that went unnoticed. Yet Evelyn never stopped searching for answers. There were days when she would go to the Brooklyn precinct, asking if there had been any developments, though she knew deep down that there never would be. She would sit in the waiting room, looking at the faded pictures on the walls of the police station, hoping for some breakthrough that would bring justice for Larry. But nothing came. The detectives, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the attacks and the aftermath, had long since moved on to more pressing cases. Larry's murder was a footnote in a much larger story, a story in which his death, though tragic, was dwarfed by the scale of what had happened that day. It wasn't until years later, when Evelyn was preparing to sell her apartment, that she stumbled upon something that reignited her determination. She was going through old boxes in the attic, sorting through things that had belonged to Larry, things she had never been able to part with. She found old photos of him, pictures of their wedding day, family vacations, and their son's childhood. But among the memories, tucked at the bottom of a shoebox, was something that stopped her in her tracks. It was a police report, an old report from the day of Larry's murder. At first, Evelyn thought she had seen it before, but as she scanned the document, she realized there was a detail she had never noticed: the name of a witness who had been at the scene of the crime. The witness's statement was vague, but it was something. It was a name, a potential lead. The report described a young woman who had seen two men run from the alley where Larry had been attacked. She hadn't been able to give a full description of the men, but she had noted a distinct feature about one of them. She had seen a tattoo on his arm, something that had stood out to her. Evelyn's heart raced as she reread the report. It was the first clue in years, the first indication that there might be someone out there who knew what had happened to Larry. She immediately contacted the detective's office, hoping against hope that someone would remember the case. The officer who took her call was kind but hesitant. The detective who had been assigned to the case had long since retired, and the file had been closed for years. However, he agreed to look into it, to see if there were any further leads. Weeks passed, and Evelyn found herself holding her breath, waiting for any news. The investigation had long since been abandoned, and the trail had grown cold, but the small sliver of hope that had emerged was enough to reignite the fire inside her. She couldn't shake the feeling that her husband's killer was still out there, living a life without consequence, while she and Devin were left to suffer in silence. The thought that someone had seen something, that someone might know who had taken Larry from them, kept her awake at night. Finally, the call came. The detective had found the witness. She was living in a small town in upstate New York, and though she had moved on with her life, she remembered the night Larry had been attacked. She was able to provide a more detailed description of the tattoo, something that matched the description of a known gang member in the area. It was a breakthrough, but it was also just the beginning. Evelyn and the detective worked together over the course of several months, piecing together a case that had long been forgotten. They discovered that one of the men who had killed Larry had been part of a small-time gang, involved in petty robberies and street-level crimes. The lead eventually led them to a suspect, a man named Marcus "Slick" Carter, who had a long history of violence. He was arrested and charged with Larry's murder, though it was difficult to gather concrete evidence. It was a slow, painstaking process, but after years of silence, the case was finally reopened. When Evelyn stood in the courtroom, watching as Marcus Carter was sentenced for the murder of her husband, she felt a sense of closure that she hadn't known was possible. The years of waiting, the sleepless nights, the questions that had lingered in her mind, they were all finally answered. Larry's death, while still a tragedy, no longer felt like an unsolved mystery. It was a victory, small as it was, and it gave Evelyn the peace she had long been seeking. But even with the killer behind bars, the damage was done. The pain of losing Larry, the pain of watching her son grow up without his father, would never go away. Evelyn would never be able to reclaim the life they had lost. But in that moment, as she watched Marcus Carter led away in handcuffs, she knew that Larry had been given the justice he deserved, even if it had taken years to find it. It was a bittersweet victory, but it was the one thing she could hold on to. Larry Holmes may have been one of many victims in a world filled with tragedy, but for Evelyn and Devin, his death would never be just another footnote in history. His memory, his legacy, would live on through them, as they continued to live with the pain of that fateful day and the years that followed. Story 2. On the morning of September 11, 2001, just hours before the horrific attacks that would forever change the course of history, a seemingly unrelated and equally tragic crime was unfolding in the heart of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. While the world focused on the devastation in New York, Washington, D.C., and Pennsylvania, a dark story of betrayal, greed, and murder was slowly unfolding under the cover of ordinary life. This was the day that the life of 38-year-old David Martinez came to a tragic and untimely end. David was a well-known figure in Philadelphia's small, tight-knit Spanish-speaking community. Born and raised in the city, he was known for his charm, his generous heart, and his ambition to make a better life for his family. He had grown up in a working-class neighborhood, the son of Mexican immigrants who had worked tirelessly to provide for him and his siblings. David had always dreamed of doing more than what his family's financial situation had allowed. He was determined to break out of the cycle of poverty that had entrapped so many before him. By the time he was in his late 30s, David had built a modest but successful business, a small but profitable auto repair shop on the outskirts of the city. His shop was known for its quality service and honest work. David had a loyal customer base, many of whom returned time and again, trusting him with their cars. He was a man who believed in hard work, and he had managed to grow his business from the ground up. However, with his growing success came new pressures, financial strain, personal ambitions, and ultimately an entanglement in a web of criminal activities he had never anticipated. David's rise in the business world had not gone unnoticed. While he had earned the respect of many, his success had also drawn the attention of others who saw opportunity in his growing wealth. Among them was a man named Jorge Rivera, a former associate from David's youth who had fallen on hard times. Jorge had once been close to David, growing up together in the same neighborhood, sharing similar struggles. However, their paths had diverged after high school. David had worked hard to create a stable life for himself, while Jorge had fallen into the grip of drugs, crime, and shady deals. Jorge had approached David several times in the past with business propositions, ideas that were less than legal and far more dangerous. David, who had always prided himself on staying clean and making his business legitimate, had repeatedly turned Jorge down. Yet, Jorge, desperate and seeing David's success as a sign of his own missed opportunities, would not give up. As time went on, he began to grow resentful, convinced that David had betrayed their shared past by choosing a cleaner, more lawful life. It was this resentment, fueled by greed and jealousy, that would ultimately lead to David's death. On the morning of September 11th, Jorge made a final, desperate attempt to get David to collaborate in a high-risk car theft operation. Jorge promised David that the scheme would make them both rich, but David, already weary of Jorge's increasingly erratic behavior, once again refused. He told Jorge that he was not interested in any illegal activities, that he had worked too hard to risk everything he had built for a quick and dangerous payout. Jorge, however, was not prepared to accept rejection. He could not bear the thought of David walking away from him, of David continuing to thrive while he struggled to survive. In a fit of rage and betrayal, Jorge decided that if he couldn't have David as an ally, he would make him pay for his perceived arrogance. He planned to take everything from David, his business, his life, and his dreams. Around 10:30 a.m., while the nation's attention was still largely focused on the early reports of the attack on the World Trade Center, Jorge arrived at David's auto repair shop, armed with a handgun. He had decided to confront David one last time, to demand that David join him in his criminal enterprise. When David refused, Jorge's anger boiled over, and the situation escalated quickly. The two men argued fiercely in the garage, their voices rising over the noise of the engines and the hum of the garage's fluorescent lights. Jorge accused David of abandoning their past, of becoming too good for him and his friends. David tried to reason with him, telling him that he was only trying to make an honest living and that Jorge should do the same. But Jorge's jealousy and bitterness consumed him. As the argument became more heated, he drew the gun from his jacket and fired 2 shots, one in David's chest and the other in his abdomen. David collapsed instantly, his body crumpling to the cold concrete floor of the garage. Jorge stood over him for a moment, looking down at the man who had once been his close friend. The reality of what he had just done began to sink in. David's life was over, and Jorge had sealed his own fate. But instead of calling for help or surrendering to the authorities, Jorge ran. He fled the scene, leaving David to die alone in the quiet of his shop. It wasn't until later in the day, when David's employees arrived at the garage to start their shifts, that they discovered the crime. By then, the news of the terrorist attacks in New York had already begun to dominate the airwaves, and it wasn't until the local news reports mentioned a shooting in the city that people began to connect the dots. The police were quick to respond to the scene, but the case quickly became complicated. While the evidence was clear, David had been shot, and it was apparent that there was no sign of forced entry or robbery. There were no immediate witnesses to the crime. The shop was located in a relatively quiet area, and the few people who had been nearby had not heard the shots. The investigation took several days to get underway, as the authorities were focused on the national security crisis unfolding in the wake of the attacks. It wasn't until a few weeks later, when Jorge was apprehended during a routine traffic stop in a neighboring city, that the details of the crime began to come to light. At first, Jorge denied any involvement in the shooting, but as the evidence mounted, he eventually confessed to killing David in a fit of rage after his repeated offers were rejected. He told the police that he had been desperate for money, and that David's refusal to join him in his criminal enterprise had pushed him over the edge. Jorge was charged with first-degree murder and armed robbery, as police discovered that he had also stolen several valuable items from the garage in the chaos following the shooting. The trial that followed was a somber affair, filled with emotional testimonies from David's family and friends, who spoke about the kind, hard-working man he had been. His death, though overshadowed by the events of 9/11, was no less tragic. The city of Philadelphia mourned the loss of a man who had worked hard to make a better life for his family, only to have it cut short by the betrayal of a man who had once been his friend. The case remained open for years after the trial, as authorities continued to investigate the motivations behind the crime and the connections between Jorge and other criminal elements in the city. But for David's family, there would never be true closure. His death, just hours before the nation was struck by the worst terrorist attack in history, became another personal tragedy, lost amid the chaos of a world forever changed. David's death remained an unspoken grief within his family for many years, compounded by the overwhelming events of September 11th. For his mother, Rosa, the pain of losing her son was both public and private, overshadowed by the tragedy of that day. Yet, she could not escape the searing image of David's lifeless body lying on the garage floor, a moment that continued to haunt her despite the years that passed. In her quiet moments of mourning, she would still see David's face in her dreams, the proud, determined young man who had promised her he would make something of himself. The loss was also deeply felt by David's younger sister, Isabella. She had been David's closest confidant, the person he had turned to for advice when he felt unsure. Together, they had navigated the tough years of their youth in Philadelphia, with their shared experiences of struggle and hope. Isabella had watched David grow from a young boy with big dreams into a responsible businessman. But his death was the moment that shattered her, and the long process of healing was never fully realized. She remained angry at Jorge, angry at the senselessness of it all, and perhaps most tragically, angry at herself for not being able to stop him from making the decision that led to his death. David's son, Alex, was only 5 years old when his father was murdered. Raised by his mother and his grandparents, Alex never had the chance to truly know his father. As he grew older, he would ask questions, trying to piece together the fragments of David's life that remained. But the answers always felt incomplete. His mother, Rosa, would tell him stories about his father's hard-working nature and his dreams of giving their family a better life. Yet, for Alex, the loss was an abstract concept, something he couldn't fully grasp. As a teenager, Alex began to express a growing resentment toward the absence of his father. He had been told that David had been a great man, a man who worked hard to give his family everything they needed. But as Alex reached adolescence, he began to wonder why that greatness had not translated into a long life. Why had someone like David been taken so suddenly? He couldn't understand why someone would take away a man who had never hurt anyone, a man who had simply wanted to provide for his family. Rosa, in her grief, did her best to shield Alex from the details of the murder, but the questions kept coming. She wanted to protect him from the harsh reality of his father's death, the murder that had forever changed their family, but she couldn't. She had lived with the pain for so long, trying to rebuild a life that was so violently interrupted. She knew that someday, Alex would need to know the truth. And when that day came, she would have to explain to him that David's life had been taken by someone who had once been his friend, a man so consumed by jealousy and greed that he had been willing to end a life for something as meaningless as money. But for now, Alex tried to push away the feelings of anger and confusion. He focused on school, on his friends, on the world outside his home. He had a promising future ahead of him, one that David had dreamed of for him. And yet, the absence of his father cast a long shadow over his achievements. Every graduation, every milestone, every success felt incomplete, as though there was something missing that could never be replaced. As the years passed, the investigation into David's murder grew more complex. While Jorge had been arrested shortly after the shooting, the story behind the crime was far from simple. The deeper authorities dug into his life, the more they uncovered about his connections to a wider network of criminal activities. The stolen items from David's garage, for example, were found to be linked to a series of car thefts that had plagued the city for months. It became apparent that Jorge had not acted alone, and that his desperation had led him to engage with a dangerous group of individuals who had been involved in organized crime. Detectives soon realized that Jorge had been a small-time operator who had been trying to climb the criminal ladder, pushing for bigger scores at any cost. The high-risk car theft operation he had been trying to convince David to join was just one part of his grander plan. He had hoped that David's success in the auto repair business would help fund a larger scheme that involved trafficking stolen vehicles across state lines. But David's refusal to get involved had not only angered Jorge, it had cost him his life. Though Jorge had been arrested and charged with first-degree murder, it was clear that his involvement in the crime was just the tip of the iceberg. His association with larger criminal elements in the city meant that David's death was part of a broader pattern of criminal behavior that had gone unnoticed for years. The police began to investigate whether David had been a random victim, or if he had been targeted because of his growing business success. As the case unfolded, it became evident that Jorge had seen David as a threat to his own ambitions. The murder, while deeply personal, was also a calculated attempt to remove a rival and gain access to a portion of David's profits. The investigation uncovered additional layers of deceit, as it turned out that Jorge had been attempting to exploit his connections with several known criminals in the area. He had been planning to steal valuable car parts from David's shop and sell them on the black market. When David refused to join in, Jorge saw it as a betrayal. The idea that David had once been his close friend made the murder all the more cruel in Jorge's eyes. It was a culmination of years of bitterness, jealousy, and greed. Despite the horrific nature of the crime, David's murder was not isolated. As the authorities dug deeper into Jorge's activities, they uncovered a pattern of violence and betrayal within the criminal underworld that had gone unnoticed for far too long. It seemed that Jorge's desperation had been part of a larger societal issue, one that saw people like him, people who had once hoped for a better life, succumb to the allure of easy money and the dangerous world of organized crime. By the time the trial began, the city had already been rocked by the events of September 11th. But David's family did not let the tragedy overshadow their pursuit of justice. They attended every day of the trial, sitting through the testimony, hearing about the chilling details of how Jorge had planned and carried out the murder. When Jorge was finally convicted, the family felt a sense of relief, but it was bittersweet. It had taken years for them to get to this point, and even then, it didn't feel like enough. The loss of David was permanent. No conviction could bring him back. In the years that followed, Rosa, Isabella, and Alex each coped with their grief in their own way. They would remember David not just for the way he died, but for the man he had been, the loving father, the devoted son, the hard-working businessman who had fought to create a better life for those he loved. His death, though tragic, had brought his family closer, and they vowed to keep his memory alive, not just in their hearts, but in the stories they told about him. Though his life had been taken too soon, they held on to the belief that the love and memories they shared would never die. Years passed, but the impact of David's death continued to ripple through the lives of those who had known him. His auto repair shop, once a thriving business, had closed its doors after his passing. Rosa had struggled to keep it open for a while, hoping to preserve David's legacy, but the emotional toll of losing her son, coupled with the difficulty of running a business alone, proved too overwhelming. Eventually, the shop was sold to a different owner, and the space that had once buzzed with the sounds of engines and repair work became quiet. The neighborhood itself began to change, gentrification slowly creeping in as new, wealthier residents moved in, altering the dynamic of the area. Though the physical place that had held so many of David's memories was gone, those who had been close to him found ways to remember and honor him. Isabella, now in her mid-30s, had moved to a different part of the city after her brother's death, attempting to create some distance from the painful memories. She had finished college, gone on to get a job as a social worker, and started a family of her own. But the shadow of David's death loomed over her every decision. The anger she had felt as a teenager never fully went away. It manifested in the way she cared for others, in her work helping families torn apart by violence, much like her own had been. Though she tried to fill the void with her career and family, a part of her was still stuck in that moment, when her brother had been stolen from her so suddenly and violently. Alex, now in his early 20s, had a different relationship with the past. He had always been proud of the man David was, and he carried that pride with him as he navigated adulthood. But there was a certain distance in Alex's remembrance, a detachment that had grown over the years. He never wanted to idolize his father too much, knowing that the man who had been taken from him was not perfect, but he still carried the weight of his loss. As Alex moved through the world, earning a college degree and finding work, he often wondered what his father would have thought of his life. What advice would David have given him when things got tough? But no answers came. Alex did, however, find solace in his mother's strength. Rosa, in the face of immense grief, had continued to provide for her family, had continued to live even when it seemed that every reason to do so had been stripped away. She had rebuilt her life as best as she could. Yet, there was a certain quietness in her existence, a stillness that spoke volumes about the internal battles she fought every day. The love she had for her son was evident in everything she did, but there was an underlying sorrow that never fully went away. As for Jorge Rivera, after his conviction and the long legal battle, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The trial had been a spectacle, with the defense attempting to paint Jorge as a man driven by desperation, pushed to the edge by the failures of his own life. However, the prosecution made it clear that the murder was premeditated, that Jorge had actively planned and executed his betrayal of David. The jury found him guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced him accordingly. Yet, even in prison, Jorge's bitterness remained. He would occasionally speak about David to other inmates, rationalizing his actions as a man who had been wronged, though his justifications were never accepted by anyone who knew the full story. Jorge's life in prison was marked by periods of reflection, although they were not enough to change his hardened views. He spent most of his time in isolation, not out of fear, but because he refused to associate with anyone who did not share his outlook on the world. His resentment toward David never fully dissipated, though he would rarely speak about his victim in the years following the murder. For Jorge, it was easier to hold on to the narrative of a man who had been taken advantage of, who had been forced into a corner. He never admitted the true extent of his jealousy and greed, instead choosing to see himself as the victim of his circumstances. But deep down, he knew that his actions had not only destroyed David's life, but had also ruined his own. In the broader community, David's death became one of the many stories of senseless violence that plagued Philadelphia at the time. However, the murder had a lasting effect on the local Spanish-speaking community, many of whom had known David personally. In the wake of his death, there were numerous conversations about the dangers of temptation, of the ease with which people could become ensnared by crime when faced with the opportunity for easy money. David had been the embodiment of what many immigrants aspired to be: a success story, someone who had worked hard to achieve his goals and had done so by playing by the rules. His murder was a painful reminder that even those who followed the straight and narrow could fall victim to the darkness that lurked around them. David's story was not just one of tragedy, but also one of resilience. While his death had left a permanent scar on his family, it had also left a legacy that could not be erased. Rosa, Isabella, and Alex all carried pieces of David with them in the way they lived their lives. They honored him in the small things, the way they treated others, the way they approached their work, and in the way they held on to the values that David had instilled in them. Rosa often spoke of David's love for life, his passion for helping others, and his dreams of giving his family a better future. It was this memory of him that she held on to, even as the years passed, even as the world around her changed. As the months turned into years, Philadelphia itself began to transform as well. The scars of the city's violent past slowly began to fade, and new opportunities emerged. But for those who had known David, the pain of his loss would always be a part of their story. His life, though short, had left a mark on the world that could never be erased. And so, in the quiet corners of Philadelphia, in the memories of those who still remembered David Martinez, his legacy lived on. The man who had once dreamed of success and family, who had worked tirelessly to achieve both, would never be forgotten. His life may have been cut short by an act of senseless violence, but his spirit, his dedication to his loved ones, would remain in the hearts of those who knew him. A testament to the fact that even in the face of tragedy, love and memory could endure. Story 3. On the morning of September 11th, 2001, while the world was about to be thrown into chaos, a different kind of tragedy was unfolding in a quiet neighborhood in Chicago. The body of Michael Dunn, a well-known real estate broker, was discovered in his luxury townhouse, a place that had once been a symbol of success and accomplishment. The house, which stood proudly in the heart of the city's affluent district, was now a scene of horror. Michael's wife, Claire, had found him early in the morning when she returned from her jog, her heart pounding as she opened the door to their bedroom. Michael lay motionless, a single bullet wound in his chest. The police were called immediately, and the investigation began to unfold in a manner that would soon prove to be much more complicated than anyone had initially imagined. Michael had been a man of many connections, well respected in the real estate world, with ties to business magnates and influential figures across the city. His wealth had grown rapidly over the years, and with it, his ambitions. He had recently expanded his business into high-end commercial properties, and rumors swirled that he had secured several lucrative deals that would propel him into the elite ranks of Chicago's real estate moguls. However, Michael's success had not come without its complications. Those closest to him knew that he had been a man of contradictions. On one hand, he was a loving husband to Claire, doting father to their 2 young children, and a philanthropist who contributed generously to various charities. On the other hand, Michael had a reputation for being ruthless in business, willing to do whatever it took to close a deal. This duality had earned him both admiration and resentment. As the investigation into his murder progressed, the police quickly realized that Michael's business dealings had attracted numerous enemies. But who would go so far as to murder him? Detective James O'Connor was assigned to the case. O'Connor, a seasoned detective in his early 40s, had seen his fair share of brutal crimes, but something about Michael's death left him uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story than met the eye. He began by speaking to Claire, who was devastated by the loss of her husband. She seemed distraught, but also composed, as if she had expected something like this to happen. "I don't know who would do this to him," Claire said, her voice breaking. "He was a good man, a loving husband, a great father. We had everything, or so I thought." Claire's statement was full of emotion, yet O'Connor couldn't ignore the subtle hints of something darker beneath the surface. There was a tension in her voice, a hesitance when she spoke about her husband's business. O'Connor's instincts told him to dig deeper into Michael's professional life. His hunch was right. The more he uncovered, the more Michael's success seemed to have come at a high cost. It didn't take long for O'Connor to learn that Michael had been involved in a bitter dispute with his business partner, Robert Sloan. Sloan was a former college friend of Michael's and had helped him build his real estate empire. However, in recent months, their relationship had soured. Sources close to the 2 men revealed that they had been fighting over a multi-million-dollar deal involving the purchase of a downtown skyscraper. Michael had been pushing for a high-risk acquisition that promised substantial rewards, while Sloan had been advocating for more conservative investments. Their disagreements had become public, with rumors swirling that Michael had been secretly attempting to buy out Sloan's share of the company behind his back. Detective O'Connor also discovered that Robert Sloan had a history of violent outbursts. Several employees had reported witnessing heated arguments between him and Michael in the weeks leading up to the murder. Some even claimed that Sloan had threatened to ruin Michael if he went through with the deal. O'Connor knew that Sloan had the motive, but did he have the means? As the investigation continued, more information came to light. It turned out that Michael had been involved in several shady business practices over the years. One of his most lucrative deals had been the purchase of a building from a notorious crime syndicate, which had long been under investigation by the FBI. The transaction had raised several red flags, with many questioning whether Michael had knowingly facilitated money laundering for the syndicate. Though the FBI had never been able to build a strong enough case against him, the suspicion lingered. O'Connor began to wonder if Michael's death was the result of a business deal gone wrong. But the more he dug into Sloan's background, the more he began to question whether Robert was the sole perpetrator. Was there a more sinister figure involved, someone with a greater stake in Michael's downfall? Then, O'Connor received an unexpected tip from an anonymous source. The caller claimed to have witnessed a heated argument between Michael and a woman, one that took place just days before the murder. The woman was reportedly a high-ranking executive at one of Michael's real estate firms, someone who had been involved in the shady dealings surrounding the skyscraper acquisition. Her name was Emily Carter. Emily had been with Michael for several years, but O'Connor's investigation revealed that their relationship had not been entirely professional. It seemed that Emily and Michael had become romantically involved, though neither had been open about it. The source revealed that the argument between them had been about money. Emily had been angry because Michael had promised her a substantial payout for her role in the deal. But when the deal fell through, he had backed out of the agreement, leaving her without the compensation she had expected. O'Connor decided to bring Emily in for questioning. She was calm and composed when she arrived at the station, her polished appearance betraying no hint of the turmoil that had led to the murder. At first, she denied any involvement, insisting that she had nothing to do with Michael's death. However, as the questioning continued, Emily's story began to unravel. She admitted to her romantic relationship with Michael and acknowledged that they had fought over the failed deal. When O'Connor pressed her further, she broke down and confessed. Emily explained that she had been consumed by greed and frustration when she realized that Michael had no intention of paying her for her work. She had worked tirelessly to ensure the skyscraper deal went through, only for Michael to renege on their agreement at the last minute. Emily claimed that she had confronted him in a fit of rage, but she denied that she had intended to kill him. It was Robert Sloan, she said, who had pushed her into taking the final step. According to Emily, Sloan had found out about her dispute with Michael and had offered to help her exact revenge. He had promised her that if they killed Michael, they could split his fortune and take control of the real estate empire. Sloan had been angry at Michael for trying to cut him out of the company, and he had seen this as an opportunity to finally get what he wanted. Emily claimed that she and Sloan had planned the murder together, with Emily luring Michael to his townhouse under the pretense of discussing business. Once inside, Sloan had shot him, and they had staged the scene to make it look like a robbery gone wrong. The confession was chilling. Emily and Sloan had both been motivated by greed and betrayal, each willing to take a life to satisfy their desires. They had used each other, manipulated each other, and in the end, had destroyed the life of a man who had once trusted them both. As Emily and Sloan were arrested and charged with Michael's murder, the investigation into Michael's business dealings continued. The revelation of their involvement in the crime syndicate's operations and money laundering schemes added further complexity to the case. It became clear that Michael had not just been a victim of betrayal, but had also been complicit in illegal activities that had made him a target for many. His death, though tragic, was a stark reminder of the dark undercurrents that ran through the world of high-stakes business, where loyalty was fleeting and greed could easily consume those involved. Though justice was served, the tragedy of Michael Dunn's death lingered in the hearts of those who had known him. His family, especially Claire, was left to pick up the pieces of their shattered lives. Michael's children grew up without their father, forever marked by the violent end to his life. In the years that followed, the real estate empire Michael had built slowly crumbled, with his partners and associates distancing themselves from the scandal. The legacy of his success was tainted by the way he had died, betrayed by those closest to him, in a world where power, money, and deceit ruled above all else. As the case against Emily Carter and Robert Sloan progressed, the truth behind Michael's death began to unravel further. The court hearings, filled with testimony from those who had known both Michael and the two perpetrators, painted a vivid picture of a man caught in the web of ambition, greed, and betrayal. Emily and Sloan's arrest had sent shockwaves through the real estate community, a community that had once admired Michael for his successes, but now saw him as a victim of his own hubris. The trial was a spectacle, drawing attention from both local media and the business world. Reporters swarmed the courthouse, eager for any new details that might emerge about Michael's life, his deals, and the events leading up to his tragic death. Claire, who had been forced to relive the most painful chapters of her life in front of the public, became a reluctant symbol of the trauma that the murder had caused. She had no choice but to endure the scrutiny, to listen as the prosecutor and defense lawyer dissected her late husband's character, his business dealings, and his personal relationships. Her testimony was heart-wrenching as she spoke of the man she had loved, the father of her children, and the husband she had once believed in. She spoke of his ambition, which had driven him to achieve great success, but also about the darker side of that ambition, how it had alienated him from his family, how it had created tensions with his colleagues and friends. Claire's voice faltered as she recalled the arguments they had had in the months leading up to Michael's murder. She remembered his obsession with deals, the late nights spent away from home, and the way he had withdrawn from their relationship. Yet, she insisted that she had never imagined his business would ultimately cost him his life. While Claire's testimony painted Michael as a complex figure, the prosecution's case focused on the betrayal and cold calculation of his killers. They brought in expert witnesses to testify about the nature of the crime, about the planning that had gone into Michael's murder. The evidence against Emily and Sloan was overwhelming. Forensic analysis confirmed that the gun used to kill Michael had been registered to Sloan, who had no explanation for how it ended up at the scene. Surveillance footage from nearby cameras showed Emily leaving the townhouse shortly after the murder took place. The timestamps matched with the timeline of events. Sloan's defense team attempted to argue that Emily had acted alone, claiming that she had been the mastermind behind the murder and had manipulated Sloan into assisting her. But the evidence told a different story. Witnesses testified to Sloan's volatile behavior in the weeks leading up to Michael's death, and phone records revealed multiple conversations between him and Emily in the days prior to the murder. The two had been in constant contact, working together to plan the killing. Despite their attempts to shift blame, the jury found both Emily and Sloan guilty of first-degree murder. The sentencing was swift, and both were given life sentences without the possibility of parole. The judge, in his final remarks, expressed the gravity of the crime, the way both Emily and Sloan had turned against someone who had once trusted them, using their own greed and sense of entitlement to justify the brutal killing of a man who had done nothing to deserve it. The media frenzy surrounding the trial gradually died down, but the fallout from Michael's murder continued to ripple through Chicago's business community. His former partners, associates, and friends were left to pick up the pieces of their own shattered reputations. Some had distanced themselves from Michael long before his death, sensing that his dealings were becoming increasingly risky. Others, however, had stood by him until the very end, only to discover that their trust had been misplaced. One of the most significant consequences of the trial was the scrutiny it placed on the high-stakes world of real estate. The case brought to light the dark side of the industry, deals made in secrecy, alliances built on self-interest, and a cutthroat environment where people were willing to betray one another for the sake of wealth and power. Michael Dunn, once hailed as a successful entrepreneur, had become a symbol of the dangers of ambition unchecked, of how the pursuit of success could easily become a trap. For Claire, the aftermath of the trial was almost as painful as the murder itself. In the years that followed, she struggled to rebuild her life. She remained in the townhouse, though it had lost the warmth and sense of security it once held. It had become a mausoleum of sorts, a constant reminder of the man she had loved and the brutal way in which he had been taken from her. Claire tried to move on, focusing on raising her children and keeping Michael's memory alive, but the scars of his death never truly healed. Their children, Alex and Sophie, grew up in a world forever altered by their father's murder. Alex, who had been only 9 years old at the time of the murder, found it difficult to reconcile the man he had known with the man who had been involved in such a violent crime. He had been too young to understand the complexities of his father's business, but as he grew older, He began to learn about the deals and the secrets that had surrounded Michael's life. Sophie, younger than Alex, struggled with the loss in her own way. She had few memories of her father, but the pain of his absence weighed heavily on her as she navigated her adolescence. In time, Claire moved out of the townhouse, unable to bear the weight of the memories it held. She sold the property and moved to a smaller home, far away from the life she had once shared with Michael. The business she had once been a part of also collapsed after his death, as the scandals surrounding his murder and the questions about his illegal dealings became too much for anyone to ignore. Many of Michael's former clients and partners distanced themselves from the fallout, leaving the empire he had worked so hard to build in ruins. In the years following the trial, both Emily and Sloane adjusted to life in prison. Emily, despite her role in the murder, became known among the other inmates for her intelligence and charisma. She quickly established herself as someone to be reckoned with, though her sense of guilt seemed to grow heavier with each passing year. Sloane, on the other hand, struggled with his time behind bars. He had never fully accepted his role in the murder and often tried to justify his actions, though his attempts to explain himself were met with scorn by other inmates. The bitterness that had driven him to kill Michael never truly left him, and it consumed him as much in prison as it had in the outside world. The legacy of Michael's death lived on in the lives of those who had been touched by it. His family, the people who had been closest to him, would never forget the life that had been taken so violently. His death, though tragic, was a warning to others in the business world, a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition, of the consequences of betrayal, and of the way greed could destroy lives. Though Michael had been a man of wealth and success, his life had been a precarious balancing act between the personal and the professional. He had built an empire, but in the end, it was the choices he made, the people he trusted, and the darkness that resided within those he once called friends that led to his downfall. His story, a tale of ambition and betrayal, would echo through the halls of the courtrooms and boardrooms alike, a somber reminder of the price of success at any cost. As the years passed, Michael Dunn's murder faded from the front pages of the newspapers, but its legacy persisted in the corridors of Chicago's business elite. The real estate industry, once flush with the promise of lucrative deals, had been left reeling from the scandal surrounding Michael's death. There were whispers, murmurs about the cutthroat world in which Michael had thrived. The scandal of his murder cast a long shadow, raising questions about the ethical boundaries of ambition, wealth, and power. Michael's empire, built on deals that crossed moral lines, crumbled. Yet, the tale of his tragic end continued to resonate, particularly with those who had known him personally. One of the people most affected by the death of Michael was his longtime business associate, Harold Manning. Harold had worked alongside Michael for over a decade, and their partnership had been instrumental in the expansion of Michael's company. Unlike many others who distanced themselves from Michael after the murder, Harold remained somewhat loyal, albeit reluctantly. He felt a profound sense of betrayal, knowing that his close friend and business partner had been deceived by the very people he had trusted. Yet, he also struggled with the knowledge that he, too, had benefited from Michael's often unscrupulous methods. After the trial and the conviction of Emily and Sloane, Harold tried to pick up the pieces of what had once been a flourishing business. But the stigma of Michael's criminal dealings and the tragic end to his life made it almost impossible to salvage the firm. Harold's remaining partners wanted out, and investors pulled their money, unwilling to be associated with Michael's tainted legacy. Slowly, Harold watched as the company he had helped build fell into disarray, its reputation permanently tarnished by the events surrounding Michael's murder. He began to question whether the life he had built for himself was truly worth the cost, and he wrestled with his own complicity in the darker side of the business. As Harold moved further away from the wreckage of his professional life, Claire Dunn also struggled to rebuild her family's future. She had always been the steady presence in Michael's life, the one who had kept the family grounded while he pursued his ambitions. Yet now she found herself fighting an entirely different battle, one not against the world of business or the ruthless people who had once been Michael's friends, but against her own grief. She had lost the man she had loved, the father of her children, and the life they had once shared. The financial fallout from Michael's death had left her in a precarious situation, with the children's future uncertain and their college savings evaporating in the aftermath of the public scandal. In the early years following the murder, Claire remained out of the public eye. She declined most interviews, even turning down book offers that would have chronicled her story. Instead, she focused on raising Alex and Sophie, trying her best to shield them from the harsh reality of their father's actions. Claire often found herself having to explain away the complications of Michael's business dealings. To the children, their father had been a hero, a man who worked hard to provide for his family. The truth, Claire knew, was far more complicated. Yet, she couldn't bear to shatter their idealized memory of their father, not when the world had already taken so much from them. As the years turned into a decade, Alex and Sophie began to develop their own sense of identity, separate from the shadow of their father's legacy. Alex, who had been 10 years old at the time of Michael's murder, chose to study law. He wanted to understand the criminal justice system, the complexities of human behavior, and the motivations behind actions. His pursuit of a legal career was, in part, a way to make sense of the tragedy that had marred his childhood. Yet, it was also a means of achieving something his father had never fully attained: peace. Alex wanted to pursue justice, not just for Michael's murder, but for all the victims who had been affected by the ruthless actions of people like Emily and Sloane. Sophie, younger than Alex, struggled with her memories of Michael. She had been only 6 when he was murdered, and her recollections of her father were vague. What she remembered most was the gaping hole his death had left in their home. She found herself drawn to the world of art, using painting and sculpture to express the emotions she couldn't vocalize. Her work often depicted themes of loss and betrayal, and she explored the darkness that had clouded her father's life. Sophie's art became a form of therapy, a way for her to process the emotions that she had buried for so long. It was her way of reclaiming some semblance of control over the narrative of her childhood, a narrative that had been overshadowed by her father's tragic end. Meanwhile, Claire struggled with the choices that lay ahead. The passage of time had not dulled the pain of losing Michael. She had spent years piecing together the shattered remnants of her life, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing. She had tried to fill the void with new relationships, but nothing seemed to compare to the life she had once had. Her memories of Michael, both good and bad, clung to her like a second skin. Sometimes she still heard the echoes of their arguments, the harsh words spoken in the heat of frustration, or the quiet moments when they had shared hopes for the future. In the quiet of the night, when the house was still, she would often find herself reaching for a life that was no longer there. For years, Claire avoided any public mention of Michael. The world had turned on him, and she had turned inward, determined to protect her children from the scrutiny of their father's reputation. Yet, as the years wore on, she began to find peace in the smaller moments of life, the quiet laughter of her children, the warmth of a new family she had started to build. Claire realized that while Michael's actions had forever changed their lives, she could still carve out a path for herself and her children. She had learned to forgive, though she would never forget the pain and loss that had defined so much of her life. The legacy of Michael's death remained in the city of Chicago, a story of ambition gone wrong, of betrayal and murder in a world where power and greed often eclipsed moral responsibility. Yet, the lives of those who had been closest to him had moved on, scarred but stronger for having survived the aftermath. Alex and Sophie, though they would never forget their father, had found their own ways to cope with the legacy he had left behind. As for the perpetrators, both Emily and Sloane served their sentences, living out their days behind bars. Their once promising futures had been consumed by the decisions they made in the heat of their desire for wealth and power. They had been driven by greed, but in the end, it was their own self-destructive tendencies that had sealed their fates. Their actions had forever altered the lives of the Dunn family, but time had a way of healing even the deepest wounds. Claire, Alex, and Sophie might never forget the dark chapter of their lives, but they had learned to rebuild, one piece at a time. And so the story of Michael Dunn came to an end, a grim reminder of the dangers of ambition unchecked and the fragile nature of trust. His legacy, however, would continue to echo through the lives of his family, who had found a way to survive the darkness and move forward into the light. Story 4. The year 2002 began with a chilling discovery in the quiet suburban neighborhood of Westfield, a small town nestled just outside of Chicago. The body of Nathaniel Hayes, a 42-year-old prominent businessman, was found in his upscale home on the morning of January 14th. The scene was brutal, a life violently cut short, and as investigators arrived at the scene, they quickly realized that this was no ordinary homicide. It was clear that Nathaniel's death was not an accident. The question, however, was who could have had the motive to end such a prosperous life, and why? Nathaniel Hayes had made a name for himself in the world of construction. Over the years, his company had grown from a modest startup into one of the leading construction firms in the Midwest. He had a reputation for his sharp mind and his ability to close deals that made him both wealthy and influential. Those who knew him described him as ambitious, driven, and meticulous in every aspect of his work. However, those same qualities made him enemies. As Nathaniel's fortune grew, so did the number of people who found themselves on the wrong side of his deals. It was an open secret in the industry that Nathaniel had a tendency to step on others to get ahead, and in some cases, he had ruined careers with a single decision. The first officers to arrive at Nathaniel's home found a grisly sight. His body was discovered in the living room, sprawled out on the floor near a large bay window that overlooked a sprawling garden. The victim appeared to have been shot multiple times, with blood splattered across the floor and furniture. There was no sign of forced entry, and nothing seemed to have been stolen from the house. The front door had been left ajar, which seemed unusual given Nathaniel's cautious nature. The initial assessment suggested that the killer had been someone familiar to Nathaniel, someone who had known his routines and movements. Detective Jennifer Brooks, the lead investigator on the case, immediately began her examination of the crime scene. She noted the absence of any signs of a struggle, which suggested that Nathaniel had either been caught off guard or knew his assailant. There was no indication of robbery, and the safe in Nathaniel's study remained untouched. Detective Brooks speculated that this was likely a personal matter, a crime driven by emotions rather than a financial motive. The first lead came from a phone call made by Nathaniel just hours before his death. A neighbor, who had been up late watching television, reported seeing Nathaniel's black SUV parked outside his house around midnight. It was unusual for Nathaniel to stay out so late, and even more unusual for him to leave his car parked in such a visible location. The neighbor had noticed a man standing by the vehicle, speaking to Nathaniel through the car window. They appeared to be in an animated discussion, though the neighbor couldn't make out the words. The man was described as tall, with short, dark hair, wearing a leather jacket. He had left the scene just as quickly as he had arrived, disappearing into the night. The description of the man matched that of Daniel Pierce, a former employee of Nathaniel's construction company. Daniel had been fired several months earlier after a heated dispute over a project that had gone over budget. The project had been a high-profile one, and the fallout from its failure had cost Nathaniel millions. Daniel had accused Nathaniel of mismanaging the funds and blamed him for the collapse. Their relationship had deteriorated quickly, and Daniel had been let go, but not without a fight. He had threatened to ruin Nathaniel's reputation, claiming that he would expose Nathaniel's unethical business practices. Detective Brooks immediately put out a warrant for Daniel Pierce's arrest. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. Daniel had a clear motive, revenge, and he had been seen in the vicinity of Nathaniel's home shortly before the murder. But when detectives visited his apartment, they found it empty. Daniel had vanished. As the search for Daniel continued, the investigation turned up more disturbing details about Nathaniel's personal life. Interviews with those close to him revealed that, while he had built an empire, he had done so at the expense of his relationships. He had few true friends, and was known for his cutthroat tactics in both business and personal matters. Several former colleagues testified that Nathaniel had once promised to help them build their careers, only to abandon them when their success threatened his own. Nathaniel's reputation in the construction industry was one of ruthless ambition and manipulation, and many of those who had crossed paths with him were left embittered. The investigation also uncovered a series of secretive emails exchanged between Nathaniel and several high-ranking officials in local government. These emails contained references to questionable zoning permits, under-the-table deals, and covert negotiations about land development projects. The emails suggested that Nathaniel had been involved in bribing city officials to secure construction contracts. Several of the officials named in the correspondence were investigated, but none were found to be directly involved in the murder. Despite the mounting evidence against Daniel Pierce, Detective Brooks was not convinced that he was the sole perpetrator. While Daniel had the motive, the method of the killing didn't seem to match his character. The execution-style shots fired into Nathaniel's chest appeared too precise, too cold. Detective Brooks couldn't shake the feeling that someone else had been involved. Someone with a more calculated mind. Someone who had been willing to work with Daniel to bring Nathaniel down. A breakthrough came when forensic investigators discovered a partial fingerprint on the handle of the gun used in the murder. The print didn't match Daniel Pierce's, but it did match that of Robert Dillard, a wealthy investor who had been involved in some of Nathaniel's recent projects. Robert had appeared in the background of the case from the start, a silent player in the high-stakes world of real estate. He had been one of Nathaniel's key financial backers, but their relationship had soured over time. Robert had become frustrated with Nathaniel's inability to deliver on promises and had begun to distance himself from him. It had been rumored that Robert had invested heavily in a project that Nathaniel had subsequently mishandled, resulting in substantial financial loss for Robert. When detectives questioned Robert, they learned that he had been meeting with Daniel Pierce just days before the murder. Their conversations had centered on Nathaniel's business practices and the growing frustration they both felt toward him. Robert had claimed that he and Daniel had only discussed the possibility of taking legal action against Nathaniel, but detectives quickly discovered that their meetings had been more than just business negotiations. Robert had been looking for a way to recover his losses, and Daniel had been willing to do whatever it took to get revenge. It became clear that Robert and Daniel had teamed up to orchestrate Nathaniel's death. Daniel, driven by personal vendetta, and Robert, motivated by financial ruin, had both plotted the murder in cold blood. Daniel had acted as the trigger man, but Robert had provided the resources and the planning. Together, they had taken down a man who had once been at the top of his game. On January 27, 2002, Robert Dillard and Daniel Pierce were arrested in a joint operation conducted by the local police. The two were charged with the murder of Nathaniel Hayes, and the case was brought to trial. The prosecution presented a compelling case, laying out the details of the conspiracy between Daniel and Robert, and the evidence was overwhelming. The motive was clear: revenge and greed, and the cold calculation behind the murder made it one of the most chilling cases Detective Brooks had ever encountered. The trial lasted for several months, with both men attempting to shift blame and deny their involvement. Daniel's defense team argued that he had been manipulated by Robert, claiming that he had acted out of a misplaced sense of loyalty. Robert, on the other hand, tried to distance himself from Daniel, claiming that he had only met with him out of a desire to discuss business matters, not to plot a murder. But the jury was unconvinced, and both men were convicted of first-degree murder. They were sentenced to life in prison, without the possibility of parole. The murder of Nathaniel Hayes rocked the local business community, leaving a scar that would take years to heal. His death, while tragic, also served as a stark reminder of the dangers that came with unchecked ambition and the lengths to which people would go to protect their wealth and power. For those who had once admired Nathaniel's success, the case was a cautionary tale of how greed and betrayal could destroy even the most seemingly untouchable figures. As the trial concluded and both Daniel Pierce and Robert Dillard were sentenced to life in prison, the ripple effects of Nathaniel Hayes' murder continued to reverberate through the community. The story, initially perceived as a personal vendetta, had become a broader commentary on the dark side of ambition, wealth, and power. For many, the murder had opened a window into the cutthroat world of high-stakes real estate and business dealings, where loyalty was a fragile concept, and alliances were forged and broken in the pursuit of financial gain. The murder of Nathaniel Hayes was a reminder that behind every success, there could be enemies waiting to strike, people who had been burned or left in the wake of someone else's ruthless rise. In the aftermath, Westfield's business community was forever altered. Many former associates of Nathaniel, once eager to align themselves with his thriving empire, now distanced themselves from his name and his legacy. Several ongoing projects were put on hold as investors scrambled to assess the long-term implications of Nathaniel's criminal ties. Those who had once sung Nathaniel's praises now faced awkward conversations with clients, investors, and colleagues. Some tried to downplay their past connections to the man who had once been a symbol of success, while others openly criticized the way Nathaniel had run his business, distancing themselves from the more unethical aspects of his work. Yet, despite the fall of Nathaniel's empire and the tarnishing of his reputation, there were those who still remembered the man differently. For some, Nathaniel's death was a tragic loss. His early work had helped shape Westfield's skyline, and his company had employed hundreds of people. To them, Nathaniel was not just a villain or a ruthless businessman, but someone who had left an indelible mark on the landscape of their town. His untimely death raised questions about the nature of success and the cost at which it was achieved. Was it worth it to climb the corporate ladder, to sacrifice relationships and integrity, just for the sake of accumulating wealth and power? Nathaniel's murder had become a philosophical conversation among locals, a debate that would continue to simmer long after the trial. For Claire Hayes, Nathaniel's widow, the conviction of Daniel and Robert brought little comfort. The sense of closure that many hoped would accompany the trial never materialized for her. Despite knowing who was responsible for her husband's death, she found herself trapped in a web of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she was relieved to see justice done, but on the other, she was left to grapple with the realization that the man she had married, her partner, the father of her children, had been living a double life, one far darker and more dangerous than she had ever imagined. Her grief was compounded by the knowledge that Nathaniel's legacy was forever tainted by the violent manner in which he had been taken from her and their children. Claire spent countless hours reflecting on her life with Nathaniel, trying to reconcile the man she had loved with the man who had betrayed so many. She could not deny that Nathaniel had been charming, persuasive, and even caring at times, but she also had to confront the undeniable truth that he had made countless enemies. She began to ask herself whether she had truly known him at all. Had she been so blinded by his success and ambition that she had ignored the darker aspects of his personality? The realization that she had been complicit in overlooking Nathaniel's faults, focusing instead on his achievements and their comfortable life, became a heavy burden that she struggled to bear. Her children, Alex and Sophie, too, were left to pick up the pieces of their shattered world. Alex, who had been 18 at the time of his father's murder, found himself forced to take on the role of protector for his younger sister. The emotional weight of his father's death was difficult for him to comprehend, especially with the knowledge that his father's actions had led to his own demise. The murder had robbed him of the chance to have a meaningful relationship with Nathaniel, and Alex's feelings of anger and resentment began to bubble to the surface. He resented the fact that his family had been dragged into the media circus surrounding the trial, with reporters camping outside their home and incessantly asking for comments. Despite his best efforts to remain composed, Alex often found himself lost in his thoughts, grappling with the duality of his emotions, the love for the father he had known, and the hatred for the man who had destroyed his family's future. Sophie, on the other hand, struggled in silence. At only 14 years old, she had been too young to fully grasp the complexities of her father's actions, yet she was old enough to feel the emotional strain that his murder had placed on their family. Sophie often retreated into her art, spending hours drawing and painting her feelings. Her work became more abstract and intense as the months wore on, reflecting the chaos and confusion she felt inside. She had loved her father, despite his flaws, but the revelation of his betrayal and the consequences of his actions left her heartbroken. Sophie found herself caught between wanting to preserve the good memories of Nathaniel and the overwhelming anger she felt toward him for causing the devastation in their lives. As time passed, Claire focused on rebuilding a semblance of normalcy for her children. She found solace in her community, turning to close friends for support. Claire was determined to give her children the best future she could, even if it meant uprooting their lives and moving away from the shadows of Nathaniel's legacy. She began working for a local charity, using her skills to help others who had been affected by violent crimes. Claire found a sense of purpose in her work, channeling her grief into something that could help others who were facing similar tragedies. It wasn't an easy path, but it was one that gave her a sense of peace in a world that had been turned upside down. For Alex and Sophie, their path was still uncertain. They both continued to navigate the complex emotions surrounding their father's death, trying to make sense of a life that had been overshadowed by violence and betrayal. While they had both inherited their father's drive and ambition, they were determined to make different choices, ones that would allow them to live with integrity and honesty. They vowed never to forget the lessons they had learned from the tragedy, even as they moved forward with their own dreams and aspirations. Meanwhile, the city of Westfield, once proud of its association with Nathaniel Hayes and his booming business, now viewed his legacy with suspicion. The construction projects he had initiated were stalled or abandoned, and the once thriving development deals that had poured money into the local economy were left in disarray. Nathaniel's death had torn apart the fabric of a community that had relied on his success, and it would take years to rebuild the trust that had been lost. The case of Nathaniel Hayes' murder was a stark reminder of the lengths to which people would go in the pursuit of power and wealth. It was a tale of betrayal, of people who had once been close friends and partners, only to be torn apart by greed and revenge. But in the end, it was also a reminder of the fragility of human life, and the ways in which one person's actions could leave a lasting impact on the lives of so many others. Nathaniel's story was not one of heroism or redemption. It was a cautionary tale about the cost of ambition and the destruction that could arise from the quest for power. As the years passed, the shadow of Nathaniel Hayes' murder continued to loom over the town of Westfield. For many, the tragedy became an indelible part of the community's history, a dark chapter that was spoken of in hushed tones at local gatherings. The story of Nathaniel's rise and fall, his ruthless business dealings, and his violent end became the stuff of local lore, recounted at dinner tables and discussed by curious minds wondering how a man who seemed to have it all could have ended up so brutally murdered. Despite the convictions of Daniel Pierce and Robert Dillard, questions about the true extent of Nathaniel's involvement in the criminal underworld continued to surface. New details about his business practices, as well as new testimonies from people who had remained silent during the investigation, began to emerge. Some of these revelations hinted at a deeper web of corruption, suggesting that Nathaniel had not only crossed paths with the wrong people, but had been a key player in a larger network of illegal activities. There were rumors about his involvement in money laundering, connections to organized crime, and even whispers of ties to a notorious underground syndicate operating within the Midwest. The idea that Nathaniel had been a much larger figure in this network than anyone had initially realized added complexity to the murder case. It prompted speculation that Robert and Daniel might not have been the only individuals with a motive for Nathaniel's death. Had they acted alone, or had they been mere pawns in a larger game? Detective Brooks, who had led the investigation, found herself drawn back into the case years after the trial, intrigued by these new developments. She began digging into Nathaniel's business dealings, searching for any connections that could tie him to organized crime or other shadowy figures from his past. In the years following the murder, the police department began receiving anonymous tips about Nathaniel's connections to people with questionable backgrounds. One particularly intriguing lead came from a former associate of Nathaniel's who had worked with him on a development project that had been plagued by financial discrepancies. This associate, now in hiding after a series of threats against his life, claimed that Nathaniel had been deeply involved in the manipulation of city contracts, part of a larger scheme to funnel money into corrupt accounts controlled by a select group of powerful individuals. This revelation sent ripples through the police force, as Detective Brooks and her colleagues revisited the old evidence and conducted fresh interviews. They discovered that several of Nathaniel's key business partners, including some who had been in his inner circle, had disappeared in the years following his murder. Some had been found dead under mysterious circumstances, while others had simply vanished without a trace. The detective also learned that several high-ranking city officials, who had once been close to Nathaniel, had been investigated for corruption but never formally charged. It seemed that Nathaniel had not only been involved in shady business, but had likely been a conduit for much larger illegal activities. The investigation into these leads was slow and meticulous, as Detective Brooks and her team pieced together a network of financial transactions, covert meetings, and coded messages that pointed to an extensive criminal enterprise. The more they uncovered, the more they realized that Nathaniel Hayes had been playing a dangerous game, one where the stakes were not just business deals, but also the lives of those around him. Nathaniel had made enemies at every level of society, in the business world, among his employees, and even within the local government. As the detective continued her search for answers, she couldn't help but wonder whether Nathaniel's murder was just the tip of the iceberg. With the investigation back in full swing, Detective Brooks reached out to several law enforcement agencies, asking for help in tracking down leads that spanned multiple states. They focused particularly on the underground syndicate, hoping to uncover any connections between Nathaniel and this larger criminal organization. The detective soon found herself immersed in a world she had never fully understood, one of coded messages, hidden accounts, and shadowy figures who operated far beneath the radar of the public eye. While this new investigation into Nathaniel's connections with organized crime was still ongoing, the memory of his murder continued to affect those who had been closest to him. For Claire, Nathaniel's widow, the new developments only deepened her pain. It had been difficult enough to process the violent loss of her husband, but now the questions about his criminal involvement seemed to suggest that Nathaniel had been living a double life, one that she had never truly understood. The realization that he might have been involved in such dangerous dealings added a layer of betrayal to her grief. Claire had already been forced to rebuild her life and raise her children without Nathaniel, but now she found herself grappling with the possibility that the man she had loved had been something entirely different from the person she had known. Claire's children, Alex and Sophie, also found themselves in the midst of this new wave of revelations. For Alex, who was now in his 20s, the discovery of his father's involvement in criminal activities was a blow that sent him reeling. He had worked hard to distance himself from Nathaniel's legacy, determined to forge his own path without the stain of his father's name. But now, with the truth coming to light, Alex couldn't help but wonder if he had been naive in thinking that Nathaniel's actions hadn't shaped his own life. Sophie, who was still grappling with the trauma of her father's murder, found it difficult to make sense of the new information. She had idolized Nathaniel, seeing him as a hero who had built a life for their family. Now that image was shattered, leaving her with more questions than answers. The new investigation also had an impact on Westfield as a whole. The town, which had once taken pride in Nathaniel's contributions to its growth, now found itself grappling with the tarnished legacy of a man who had been both a pillar of the community and a key player in the criminal underworld. City officials, some of whom had been involved with Nathaniel's projects, were forced to answer tough questions about their relationships with him. The local press, which had once celebrated Nathaniel as a success story, now turned its focus to uncovering the truth behind his death. The media frenzy surrounding the case threatened to further destabilize the town's economy, as investors pulled out of projects, unsure of how to proceed in the wake of these unsettling revelations. In the midst of all this chaos, the investigation into Nathaniel's murder remained ongoing. Detective Brooks and her team were determined to uncover every facet of the crime, and as they continued to peel back the layers of Nathaniel's life, they discovered more and more evidence that pointed toward a complex, multifaceted conspiracy. Whether Nathaniel had been killed as a result of personal vendetta, business rivalry, or his involvement in criminal enterprises, one thing was certain: his death was no ordinary homicide. It was a crime that spoke to the dark underbelly of ambition, power, and greed. As the investigation moved forward, it became clear that Nathaniel Hayes' story was far from over. The case continued to evolve, and new details emerged that threatened to expose even more of the tangled web of deceit that had surrounded his life. And as the years went on, the true nature of Nathaniel's legacy remained an open question, one that the town of Westfield and his family would continue to grapple with for years to come. Story 5. In January of 2002, the small town of Brentwood, located in the northeastern part of the United States, was shaken by a brutal and inexplicable crime that would ripple through the community for years to come. The murder of Emily Weston, a well-respected schoolteacher, left the entire town stunned and grappling with questions that no one could answer. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation into her death would uncover secrets, lies, and a web of connections that no one could have predicted. Emily Weston was a beloved figure in Brentwood. At 32 years old, she had taught at the local elementary school for nearly a decade. Her colleagues described her as dedicated, warm-hearted, and passionate about her work. She had been known to stay late after school hours to tutor struggling students and organize extracurricular activities for her class. Emily had also been active in the town's community center, volunteering her time to help at various events and charity drives. Her personal life, while private, seemed just as content. She lived alone in a modest 2-bedroom house on the outskirts of town, keeping to herself but always offering a friendly smile or a helping hand when needed. On the morning of January 15, 2002, Emily's absence from work raised the first alarm. Her students arrived at school to find that she had not shown up for her usual role as their homeroom teacher. This was unusual for Emily, as she was a creature of habit and never missed a day without notifying someone. By the time lunchtime rolled around, a concerned colleague reached out to Emily's next-door neighbor, Mrs. Gloria Reynolds, asking if she had seen anything unusual that morning. Mrs. Reynolds was an elderly woman who lived alone and often kept an eye on Emily, as they had grown close over the years. After receiving no answer at Emily's house, Mrs. Reynolds decided to go over and check for herself. When Mrs. Reynolds arrived at Emily's home, she found the door slightly ajar. The usually tidy yard was still and quiet, a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the neighborhood. As she pushed open the door and called out for Emily, she was met with an unsettling silence. Stepping cautiously inside, Mrs. Reynolds noticed the disarray in the living room. Furniture overturned, books scattered across the floor, and a faint smell in the air that made her uneasy. In the corner of the room, lying motionless, was Emily. Her body was sprawled on the floor in a way that made it clear she had been attacked. Blood pooled around her head, and her once lovely face was marred by multiple blunt force injuries. Mrs. Reynolds, horrified, immediately dialed 911. Within minutes, the police arrived at the scene, securing the house and beginning their investigation. Detective Sarah Thompson, a seasoned investigator with the Brentwood Police Department, was called to lead the case. She had worked in the town for over 15 years and was known for her keen eye for detail and her calm demeanor in the face of chaos. The moment she arrived at Emily Weston's home, she knew this was no ordinary crime. The scene was chilling, but it didn't take long for her to recognize certain inconsistencies that pointed to the possibility of the crime being personal. Emily's car was parked in the driveway, and there were no signs of forced entry. The front door had been left ajar, but the house itself was not ransacked. There was no indication of a robbery, and nothing appeared to have been stolen. The furniture in the living room had been disturbed, suggesting that Emily had struggled with her attacker before being struck. However, there was something else that caught Detective Thompson's attention: a broken picture frame on the floor near Emily's body. Inside the frame was a photo of Emily with her ex-fiancé, Michael Davis. It was a subtle clue, but Detective Thompson couldn't help but wonder if this man was somehow connected to the crime. As the investigation continued, it was revealed that Emily had been engaged to Michael Davis for nearly 2 years before the couple broke up several months prior. The breakup had been difficult for Emily, according to friends and family, and it was widely believed that Michael had struggled to let go of the relationship. Emily had moved on and was seeing someone new, though she had kept the details of her current relationship private. Michael, however, had reportedly been devastated by the breakup and had been known to show up uninvited to places where Emily was. Several of Emily's colleagues mentioned that she had become increasingly uneasy around Michael in the months leading up to her death. Some described him as obsessive, while others said he had been polite but distant in public. As Detective Thompson dug deeper into Michael's background, she uncovered a disturbing pattern. Michael Davis, a 34-year-old accountant, had been struggling with a series of personal issues in the months leading up to the murder. He had lost his job at a local firm after an internal audit revealed discrepancies in his financial records. Following his dismissal, Michael had become reclusive, frequently showing up at Emily's house unannounced and sending her repeated text messages, despite her requests for him to stop. It seemed that Michael had not taken the breakup well and had become increasingly obsessed with winning Emily back. A search of Michael's home revealed further evidence of his troubled state of mind. Among his personal belongings, police found a collection of items that pointed to his fixation on Emily, including several of her personal belongings that she had never given him permission to take, such as a scarf she had left behind during a visit months earlier and a letter she had written to him during their brief engagement. Additionally, a note was discovered in which Michael expressed his desire to reconcile with Emily, even stating that he would do anything to get her back. Detective Thompson also found several journal entries in which Michael described his overwhelming sense of betrayal and his belief that Emily had moved on too quickly after their breakup. With this new evidence in hand, Michael became the prime suspect in the investigation. The police brought him in for questioning, and after hours of intense interrogation, he finally confessed. Michael admitted that on the morning of January 15th, he had gone to Emily's house to speak with her, hoping to persuade her to give their relationship another chance. When Emily rejected him once again, Michael's frustration turned to anger. In a fit of rage, he attacked her with a heavy metal object, striking her multiple times in the head. Emily's attempt to flee was futile. She was overpowered and ultimately killed. In his confession, Michael revealed that he had planned the murder in advance, driven by a sense of entitlement and a belief that Emily owed him another chance. The community of Brentwood was left reeling from the revelation of Michael Davis's involvement in the murder. Emily Weston, the kind-hearted schoolteacher who had touched so many lives, had been taken from them in a senseless act of violence. Michael Davis, once a familiar face in the town, was now a convicted murderer, and his actions had shattered the lives of those who had known him. Emily's friends, family, and colleagues mourned her loss deeply, remembering her for the selflessness and dedication she had shown throughout her life. The trial of Michael Davis was a long and painful process, but in the end, justice was served. He was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As the years passed, the community of Brentwood slowly healed, but the memory of Emily Weston lived on. A scholarship in her name was established at the local school, and her students, both past and present, continued to honor her memory through their own acts of kindness and dedication to learning. Though Emily's life had been tragically cut short, Her legacy lived on through the lives she had touched, and through the lessons she had taught about compassion, resilience, and the importance of never taking anything for granted. But for many in Brentwood, the murder of Emily Weston was a haunting reminder that sometimes, no matter how well we think we know those around us, darkness can lurk in the most unexpected places. It also served as a stark warning about the dangers of obsession and the potential consequences of allowing anger and jealousy to fester unchecked. In the end, Emily's death became a testament to the fragility of life and to the devastating consequences that can arise when the human heart is consumed by rage and unrequited love. As the months passed after Emily Weston's murder, the town of Brentwood, which had been so deeply affected by the loss of one of its brightest stars, continued to reel from the shock. The loss of Emily, the beloved teacher and active community member, left a hole that no one could fill. She had touched so many lives in the small town, and her brutal death shattered the tight-knit fabric that had held the community together. In the aftermath of Michael Davis's confession, life in Brentwood slowly began to return to some semblance of normalcy, but the tragedy never truly left. People still whispered about it in coffee shops, and her colleagues continued to feel her absence every day in the classroom. Her students, some of whom had been just shy of graduation when she was killed, continued to honor her memory by excelling in their studies and showing the same kind of dedication she had always demonstrated. In her absence, the town's school district offered counseling to students who had been particularly affected by her death, helping them to process their grief. But there was no escaping the shadow of what had happened. One of the hardest parts of the whole ordeal for Emily's friends and family was the stark realization that her murder could have been avoided. Many of them reflected on the months leading up to her death, how Michael Davis's obsession with Emily had escalated, and how no one had really noticed the warning signs until it was too late. Michael's behavior had been increasingly erratic in the months before the murder. Friends of Emily recalled how, despite her polite but firm requests for him to respect her boundaries, he continued to show up at her house uninvited. He had even started calling her during the late hours of the night, leaving increasingly angry and frustrated voicemails. Emily had confided in a few close friends about his behavior, expressing concern for her safety. But because she had been so reluctant to make a big deal out of it, no one had truly understood the depth of Michael's fixation until it was far too late. As the investigation unfolded, Detective Thompson worked tirelessly to piece together the full extent of Michael's history. His financial struggles were an immediate red flag, but there was also a history of emotional instability that stretched back years. Michael had been married once before, but his wife had left him after a particularly volatile argument. Neighbors reported that Michael's ex-wife had told them about frequent disputes, including one where Michael had allegedly become physically aggressive. His ex-wife, now living out of state, declined to comment when approached by the police, but it became clear that Michael had been struggling with deep emotional issues for a long time. The psychological profile of Michael Davis painted a disturbing picture. He had long been unable to deal with rejection or failure, a trait that manifested in all areas of his life. His inability to cope with the end of his engagement to Emily seemed to trigger a downward spiral. It was not just a personal disappointment to him. It was a blow to his ego, one that he had been unable to reconcile. And as the relationship dissolved, his fixation on Emily transformed into something far more dangerous. Emily, it seemed, had been merely a symbol for everything he had lost in his life. His obsession grew out of control, until it became an unhealthy and deadly fixation. Despite the overwhelming evidence against Michael, the community struggled to fully comprehend what had happened. How could someone who had lived in their midst for so long, a man who had once been a regular face at local events and gatherings, have been capable of such a horrifying crime? Michael had been the kind of person people thought they knew. He had always seemed polite and friendly in public, and many had assumed that his breakup with Emily had been mutual and amicable. It was only after the murder that the depth of his inner turmoil and emotional instability became clear. The trial of Michael Davis began in late summer 2002. The courtroom was filled with tension as Emily's family and friends sat in the front row, their eyes fixed on the defendant as the proceedings unfolded. Michael sat expressionless, his eyes occasionally glancing at the jurors, but never meeting the gaze of those who had once known him. His defense team argued that he had not intended to kill Emily, that the murder had been a crime of passion, a result of a sudden outburst of anger when Emily rejected him for the last time. They claimed that he had been emotionally distressed and could not fully appreciate the consequences of his actions at the time. But the prosecution was firm in its case, arguing that Michael's behavior leading up to the murder had been methodical and premeditated. The prosecution presented an array of evidence that painted a chilling picture of Michael's obsession with Emily. They introduced text messages, phone records, and journal entries that demonstrated the depth of his fixation. They also presented forensic evidence, showing that the blunt force trauma to Emily's head had been delivered with a calculated force, suggesting that this was not the result of a fleeting emotional outburst, but a cold and deliberate act. In contrast, Michael's defense tried to paint him as a man pushed to the brink by emotional distress, someone who had lost control of his actions in a moment of overwhelming despair. But the jury was not swayed. After several weeks of testimony and deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Michael Davis was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The decision was met with mixed emotions in Brentwood. While many felt a sense of relief that justice had been served, others were left with a lingering sense of disbelief. How could someone who had been such an integral part of their community, the man who had once been Emily's fiancé, turn out to be capable of such a heinous crime? It was a question that many would struggle to answer for years to come. Emily Weston's funeral had been a somber occasion. The community turned out in full force to honor her memory, but it was clear that there was no way to fill the void left by her untimely death. Her family, though devastated, found solace in the fact that Emily had led a life filled with love and purpose. Her obituary, which had been shared in newspapers across the region, spoke of a woman who had dedicated herself to shaping the minds of young children, a woman who had been kind, generous, and deeply involved in her community. But her legacy, as her family and friends would come to understand, was not just in the work she had done or the students she had taught. It was also in the lessons she had imparted about the importance of kindness, compassion, and resilience, lessons that would live on in the hearts of those who knew her. The investigation into Emily's murder and the subsequent trial of Michael Davis marked the end of one chapter in Brentwood's history, but the ripple effects would continue to be felt for years to come. In the years that followed, the town made efforts to promote awareness of domestic violence and obsessive relationships. Support groups were created to help those who were dealing with unhealthy emotional attachments, and local schools began to offer education on healthy relationships and how to spot the signs of emotional manipulation. While these efforts couldn't bring Emily back, they were a small but significant step toward preventing similar tragedies in the future. For Detective Thompson, the case stayed with her for a long time. She had seen countless murders in her career, but there was something particularly haunting about Emily's death. The fact that it had been committed by someone so close to her, someone who had once been a part of her life, made it harder to accept. But Detective Thompson knew that in the end, justice had been served. Michael Davis was where he belonged, behind bars, paying the price for the life he had taken. And Emily Weston's memory would continue to live on, not just in the town of Brentwood, but in the hearts of all who had been touched by her kindness and dedication. Months after Michael Davis's conviction, Brentwood slowly began to settle back into its routine, but the scars from Emily Weston's death ran deep. The town's residents, though relieved that justice had been served, were left with a lingering sense of disbelief. Emily's absence was still felt daily in classrooms, in community gatherings, and in the quiet moments when people reflected on the town's past. The tragedy had exposed the dark side of human nature, and it left a sense of wariness among the community members. They had all known Michael in one form or another. Many had trusted him. His transformation into a murderer had been so sudden, so shocking, that the people of Brentwood were left to question how well they truly knew anyone. Emily's family, particularly her parents, took solace in knowing that Michael would never again walk the streets of their town. They had buried their daughter with the quiet dignity that she had lived with, but they would never be able to fully heal from the horror of her death. In the months following the trial, they often visited her grave, quietly mourning the loss of a woman who had so much potential and so much to offer. Her parents, who had always been proud of her accomplishments, struggled with the question of why Emily had been taken from them. There were no answers, no comforting closure. Just the knowledge that their daughter's life had been stolen by the very man who had once claimed to love her. Brentwood schools, too, bore the weight of Emily's death. The district worked tirelessly to support both the students and faculty who had been most affected by the tragedy. Emily had been more than just a teacher. She had been a mentor, a guide, a second mother to many of her students. As news of her death spread, many of them struggled to cope with the loss, some acting out in class, others withdrawing into themselves. The school implemented counseling services for both students and staff members, and an anonymous hotline was set up for those needing help in processing the grief. Emily's classroom was eventually turned into a memorial, with photos, notes, and mementos from her students covering the walls, preserving her legacy in a space that had once been filled with laughter and learning. One of Emily's students, a young girl named Sarah, found particular comfort in the memorial. Sarah had been one of Emily's most dedicated pupils, always eager to learn and quick to offer a helping hand to her classmates. She had been devastated by the murder and felt the loss deeply. But as she sat in the memorial room, reading through the notes and looking at the pictures of her beloved teacher, Sarah made a decision. She would dedicate herself to continuing Emily's work. She started an after-school tutoring program for younger students who were struggling academically, a program that would eventually grow to become a central part of Brentwood's educational efforts. It was her way of keeping Emily's spirit alive. While the community found ways to cope, the legacy of Emily Weston lived on through the people she had touched. The town, in many ways, became more united in the wake of her death. People began to talk more openly about their relationships, mental health struggles, and the signs of unhealthy attachments. Emily's death had forced the community to confront the darker realities that many had previously chosen to ignore, such as the dangers of obsession and emotional abuse. Detective Sarah Thompson, who had led the investigation into Michael's murder, found herself haunted by the case. She had worked hundreds of cases over the years, but Emily's murder stuck with her like no other. In private moments, when she closed her eyes, the image of the blood-stained living room and the picture frame with Emily's photo haunted her thoughts. She had seen the unraveling of so many lives before, but something about this case felt particularly devastating. As much as Detective Thompson tried to move on, she couldn't escape the feeling that there were warning signs in Michael's behavior that had been overlooked, even by those closest to him. She had learned that Michael's obsession with Emily had grown over time, but it wasn't until it was too late that anyone realized the depth of his fixation. She had been involved in investigations of domestic violence in the past, but this case felt different. It was personal, too personal, and it left her with a feeling of guilt that she couldn't shake. The realization that a community, a group of friends, a group of colleagues had failed to notice the signs left her asking herself difficult questions. Could Emily's death have been prevented? Were there signs they had all missed? Detective Thompson dedicated herself to answering these questions, researching patterns of obsessive behavior and revisiting cases that had been previously ignored or underreported. She worked closely with local organizations that advocated for mental health awareness and prevention of domestic violence. In the years that followed, Brentwood saw a gradual but significant increase in public awareness campaigns and community programs aimed at recognizing and addressing unhealthy emotional attachments. In addition to the public initiatives, Detective Thompson spearheaded a series of community workshops aimed at educating people about emotional manipulation, controlling behavior, and how to set healthy boundaries in relationships. While these programs were only a small part of the larger effort to heal, they became an important part of Brentwood's recovery. The town's leaders recognized that Emily Weston's death had forced them to face uncomfortable truths about the nature of human relationships, and they were committed to making sure that no other family would have to endure such a loss. Despite the fact that Michael Davis was incarcerated for the rest of his life, there were still discussions about his case that remained unresolved in the public's mind. Was he truly a danger to society? Or was he a man who had, at some point, simply lost control? Emily's family would never have an answer to that question. They would never know whether Michael's remorse was genuine, or if his confession had been motivated by a desire to avoid a death sentence. But for the Weston family, there was no closure, only the unbearable knowledge that their daughter's life had been taken away in the most violent and senseless way imaginable. The case continued to be discussed in academic circles and in law enforcement agencies across the country. Experts in criminal psychology and domestic violence debated whether the legal system had done enough to address issues of emotional manipulation, obsession, and relationship-based violence. Michael's case was cited as an example of how a pattern of obsession could spiral into something more dangerous. Yet it also raised questions about how society could better respond to warning signs before it was too late. While Emily Weston's murder had become a part of the town's painful history, it also became the catalyst for change. In the years following the case, Brentwood began to heal. The town was never the same, but it had grown stronger, more resilient. It had learned from its past, and it was determined to make sure that the tragedy of Emily's death would not be forgotten. For those who knew Emily, her spirit lived on in the kindness and compassion they showed one another. She had been a teacher, a mentor, a friend, and in the end, it was her students, her colleagues, and her community that carried on her legacy, teaching others to care, to listen, and to love without reservation. While Michael Davis would remain locked away for the rest of his life, Emily's impact on the town of Brentwood would never fade. She had shown the world that kindness could heal, even in the face of unimaginable pain. And in doing so, she had left a lasting mark on everyone who had known her. Story 6. In the quiet, snow-covered streets of Springfield, January 2002 began with a chilling discovery that would haunt the small town for years to come. The day had started like any other, with the first hints of winter frost forming on the windows of houses, and the sound of distant traffic muffled by the blanket of snow that had slowly begun to accumulate overnight. The calm serenity of the town was shattered early that morning when a call came into the local police station. There had been a murder. The victim was a prominent businesswoman in the community, Allison Hayes, whose body was found in her upscale home on the outskirts of town. Allison had been well known in Springfield, both for her successful career as a businesswoman and her philanthropic work in the community. A mother of two and a devoted wife, she had seemed to have it all. Her company, Hayes Enterprises, had grown steadily over the past decade, making her one of the wealthiest and most influential people in the area. But as the police began their investigation, they soon discovered that behind the facade of a perfect life, there were dark secrets lurking in the shadows. The call had come in at 6:45 a.m., when a neighbor reported seeing Allison's husband, Thomas Hayes, pacing nervously outside their home. According to the neighbor, Thomas appeared disheveled and seemed to be on the verge of panic. He had reportedly been knocking on the door, but when he received no answer, he began to shout for help. Concerned, the neighbor approached and offered to assist. After a few moments of failed attempts to reach Allison, Thomas managed to force the door open, only to find his wife's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood in the kitchen. The scene was brutal, a single gunshot wound to the chest, and signs of a struggle evident in the disarray around the room. Thomas immediately called 911. Detective Robert Hayes, no relation to the victim, was assigned to the case. His first impression upon entering the home was one of confusion. It was clear that Allison had been killed quickly, the gunshot to her chest fatal almost immediately. There were no signs of forced entry, leading the detective to suspect that the killer might have been someone familiar with the household. The presence of a struggle also suggested that Allison had tried to defend herself against her attacker. Thomas Hayes, visibly distraught, was quickly brought in for questioning. He explained that he had returned home the night before from a business trip, arriving around 9 p.m. According to him, the two had shared a brief conversation about their children and their plans for the weekend before going to bed. He insisted that nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and that he had no reason to believe anyone would want to harm his wife. However, Detective Hayes noticed something that didn't quite add up. Thomas's behavior, though grief-stricken, seemed rehearsed. His story had the appearance of a man who was trying too hard to appear innocent. His answers were quick, yet lacked detail, and he avoided making direct eye contact with the detective. He also seemed overly concerned with the details of his wife's death, asking repeatedly how she had been found and what the cause of death was. This unusual focus raised the detective's suspicions. As the investigation unfolded, the detective began to look deeper into the lives of both Thomas and Allison Hayes. It quickly became apparent that their marriage was far from perfect. Although Thomas had portrayed himself as a loving husband, interviews with friends, family, and colleagues revealed a different story. There had been rumors of infidelity on Thomas's part, with several witnesses claiming that he had been involved in an affair with a younger woman named Laura Blackwell, a secretary at one of his company's branches. Laura, when questioned, admitted to having had a romantic relationship with Thomas for the past 6 months, but she insisted that it had ended recently. She claimed that she had never been involved in any of the couple's marital issues and had not seen or spoken to Thomas in several weeks. But as the detective dug deeper, it became clear that Thomas had been hiding more than just an affair. Financial records revealed that Thomas had been embezzling money from Hayes Enterprises for months, siphoning off large sums into offshore accounts under fake names. The stolen money had been used to fund his lavish lifestyle and to maintain the relationship with Laura Blackwell. Allison, it seemed, had become suspicious of her husband's behavior in recent months, particularly after she discovered that their financial situation wasn't as stable as Thomas had led her to believe. Allison's discovery of her husband's financial impropriety had led to heated arguments between the couple. According to family and friends, Allison had been devastated by the betrayal. She had confided in a few close friends about the situation, stating that she was considering divorcing Thomas, though she had not yet made a final decision. The prospect of losing everything, the family business, their home, and the life they had built together, was too much for Thomas to bear. It seemed that his desire to maintain his lifestyle, fueled by greed and a desperate need to keep his affair a secret, had driven him to an unthinkable crime. Detective Hayes continued his investigation, uncovering more damning evidence against Thomas. A search of the Hayes home revealed a hidden safe in the basement, where a collection of documents detailing Thomas's illicit activities was found. Among the papers was a letter from a law firm, informing Allison that she had hired them to begin the divorce proceedings. The letter, dated just a few days before her death, provided a crucial timeline that suggested Allison had been on the verge of leaving her husband. The motive for the murder became clear. Fearing the loss of his wealth and the collapse of his carefully crafted life, Thomas had taken matters into his own hands. He had waited until the early hours of the morning, when Allison was alone and vulnerable, and he shot her in cold blood. The struggle in the kitchen had been a desperate attempt by Allison to fight back, but it was no use. She had been caught off guard by her husband's betrayal, and her life had ended in a moment of terrifying violence. As the evidence against Thomas mounted, the police moved quickly to arrest him. On the night of January 23, 2002, just days after the murder, Thomas Hayes was taken into custody at his home. The arrest was met with shock by the community. Friends and family who had once viewed Thomas as a successful and respectable man were left in disbelief. The town of Springfield had been rocked by the revelation that the killer had been someone they all knew and trusted. In the days leading up to the trial, Thomas's defense team tried to argue that the murder had been an accident, claiming that he had been in a state of emotional turmoil when he shot his wife. They presented evidence of his financial stress and the strain in their marriage as mitigating factors. But the prosecution was unyielding. They painted Thomas as a man consumed by greed, jealousy, and fear of losing everything he had worked for. The cold, calculated manner in which he had planned and executed the murder left no room for doubt in the minds of the jury. In late spring 2002, after a highly publicized trial, Thomas Hayes was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury's verdict brought some closure to Allison's family and friends, but the damage to Springfield's sense of security was profound. The murder of a prominent businesswoman by her own husband had shattered the community's trust in those they had once believed were safe. The loss of Allison Hayes would never be fully healed for her children, her family, and the people whose lives she had touched. Her funeral was a solemn affair, attended by friends, business associates, and the residents of Springfield who had known her as a caring and giving woman. In the wake of her death, her philanthropic work was carried on by a foundation created in her honor, aimed at supporting women who were victims of domestic violence and financial abuse. Although Allison's life had been cut short in a senseless act of violence, her legacy lived on through the people she had helped and the lessons she had imparted about the dangers of unchecked greed and betrayal. For Detective Robert Hayes, the case was one he would never forget. It had been a devastating reminder that even the most familiar faces could harbor the darkest secrets. The town of Springfield would continue to heal, but it would never forget the tragic events that unfolded that cold January morning in 2002. As the months passed following Thomas Hayes' conviction, Springfield slowly began to recover, but the scars of that brutal January morning lingered. The community, once idyllic in its simplicity, had been forever changed by the discovery of the murder and the shocking revelations that followed. Neighbors who had once shared friendly smiles and waves were now hesitant to engage with one another, unsure of the secrets lurking behind closed doors. The tranquility of the town had been shattered, replaced by a sense of vigilance that hadn't been there before. The most profound impact of Allison's murder was felt by her children, Emily and Ryan. Both in their late teens, they had been the pride of their mother's life. Allison had been the kind of mother who was always present, who attended school events, helped with homework, and encouraged her children to follow their dreams. Losing her had left them adrift in a sea of confusion and grief. Emily, a high school senior at the time, had to quickly grow up and take on responsibilities far beyond her years. Ryan, just a year younger than his sister, struggled to understand the betrayal of their father. Thomas had been arrested and taken away, but for both Emily and Ryan, the betrayal was the hardest part to process. Their father, once their hero, had turned out to be a cold-blooded murderer. The emotional toll of the murder was compounded by the fact that, for all their lives, they had never suspected anything was wrong. Their world had been upended by an event they never saw coming. Emily, in particular, grappled with feelings of isolation. Despite the support of relatives and friends, she found it difficult to communicate with anyone about what she was experiencing. She had always been close to her mother, and the loss left a deep hole in her heart. The legal proceedings and the constant media coverage of the case added layers of stress to an already overwhelming situation. Emily found herself increasingly withdrawn, seeking solace in long walks alone by the river or hours spent in the quiet of her room, sorting through old family photos. Ryan, on the other hand, responded to the tragedy with anger. He had always been a more volatile personality, and his father's actions seemed to confirm the worst fears he had held about human nature. He lashed out at the people around him, at schoolmates, and even at his mother's friends who were trying to comfort him. His anger was raw and uncontainable, and it made those closest to him nervous. They worried that he would end up making choices that would lead him down a dangerous path. In a desperate attempt to regain control over their lives, Emily and Ryan chose different paths. Emily, with the encouragement of her mother's friends and a caring guidance counselor at school, channeled her grief into something positive. She decided to pursue a career in social work, hoping to help other children who had experienced similar losses. In her mother's memory, she began to volunteer with local organizations that focused on supporting survivors of domestic violence, becoming an advocate for children in crisis. Her passion for helping others became a driving force, and it gave her a sense of purpose that helped her navigate the pain of her own loss. Ryan, however, took a darker route. The anger he felt towards his father, and the world in general, festered as he grew older. He felt betrayed not only by his father's actions, but also by a world that seemed indifferent to his pain. Despite his mother's efforts to keep him grounded, Ryan rebelled. He dropped out of high school and became involved in a series of run-ins with the law, often drinking heavily and using substances to numb the overwhelming sadness and anger that consumed him. His mother tried to intervene, but the damage was done. The tight-knit family unit that had once been so full of promise had been shattered beyond repair. The investigation into Thomas Hayes had been thorough, with every detail of his life examined in the aftermath of his arrest. His trial had been a public spectacle, attracting widespread attention from both local and national media. The case was seen as a clear example of the dangers of unchecked greed and the emotional toll that financial strain could have on a person's psyche. But for those who knew Thomas, there was a sense of disbelief that remained. He had been a well-respected businessman, an upstanding member of the community. No one had expected him to be capable of such a heinous act. In the years that followed the trial, people in Springfield continued to grapple with the idea that they had been living in such close proximity to a murderer without ever suspecting it. The revelation of Thomas's affair with Laura Blackwell had shocked the community, but it was the discovery of his embezzlement activities that truly stunned everyone. As his business empire crumbled, it became clear that Thomas had been living a double life for years. The money he had stolen from his own company was enough to sustain his lavish lifestyle, but it was never enough to satisfy his deeper cravings for control and power. The money wasn't the real issue. The issue was his sense of entitlement, his belief that he could do whatever he wanted without facing any consequences. As the case faded from the public spotlight, the town of Springfield began to focus on rebuilding. But the memory of what had happened would never fade. The murder had left an indelible mark on the people who had lived through it, and it had forced them to confront uncomfortable truths about the darkness that could exist in even the most ordinary of lives. Emily and Ryan, now adults, had each found their own way to cope with the trauma of their childhood. Emily's work in social services had brought her a sense of fulfillment and purpose, but the pain of losing her mother never truly left her. She often found herself reflecting on her mother's life, wondering what could have been if her father had never taken her away from them. She kept in touch with some of her mother's friends, seeking comfort in the people who had known Allison best. And while Emily was able to keep moving forward, the shadow of her mother's murder always hung over her, coloring her perspective on relationships and trust. Ryan, now in his late 20s, had made significant progress in overcoming his rebellious past. He had spent time in and out of rehab, but had eventually managed to turn his life around. He found work in construction, and, with the help of a counselor, was learning to deal with his anger in healthier ways. But even as he built a new life for himself, he often found himself haunted by the questions he couldn't answer. Why had his father done it? What had driven Thomas to murder the woman he had promised to love? It was a mystery that lingered in Ryan's mind, never fully answered and never fully understood. Meanwhile, the town of Springfield had worked hard to move on from the tragedy, but there was always a sense of collective unease. The businesses that had once been owned by Thomas Hayes were sold off, and the foundation that had been established in Allison's name continued to grow, helping countless women escape abusive situations. But for the people who had known the Hayes family, there would always be the lingering question of how such a horrific crime could have taken place in their midst. Though justice had been served and the murderer was locked away for the rest of his life, the community had been irrevocably changed. The residents of Springfield had learned a painful lesson, that even in the most perfect-seeming families, there can be a dark undercurrent of deceit and violence. As they moved forward, the people of Springfield were forever reminded that trust, once broken, is not easily repaired, and that the consequences of one person's actions can echo across an entire community. As time went on, the quiet streets of Springfield slowly returned to their normal pace, but the memories of Allison Hayes' murder remained etched in the minds of those who had lived through the tragedy. The case became a cautionary tale that reverberated through the town for years to come, and it impacted not only the immediate family but also the entire community, leaving behind a legacy of distrust and grief. The trial of Thomas Hayes had been a highly emotional and intense experience for everyone involved. The courtroom, filled with residents of Springfield, watched as the defense and prosecution presented their respective arguments. Thomas's defense team painted him as a man who had been overwhelmed by the pressures of his financial troubles and the collapsing foundation of his marriage. They tried to evoke sympathy, claiming that Thomas had acted in a moment of emotional distress. They suggested that his actions, while extreme, had been the result of a breakdown in his mental state due to the impending loss of everything he had worked for. But the prosecution's case was clear-cut. They presented a wealth of evidence that proved Thomas had planned his wife's murder with cold, calculated precision. The financial records showing embezzlement, the discovery of the letter about the impending divorce, and the damning testimony from friends and family all pointed to the same conclusion. Thomas Hayes had not acted impulsively. He had made a deliberate decision to end his wife's life in order to preserve his wealth and reputation. The jury, after days of deliberation, found him guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was read aloud in the courtroom, Emily and Ryan sat in silence, the weight of their emotions too heavy to articulate. For them, the moment was bittersweet. While they had found some closure, they also knew that nothing would ever be the same. Their lives had been irrevocably altered by the actions of their father, and they would have to find a way to rebuild from the ruins he had left behind. The trial was just the beginning of a long and difficult road to recovery for Emily and Ryan. Both struggled with the emotional fallout of the murder in different ways. Emily threw herself into her work, determined to honor her mother's memory by helping others. She found herself spending more time than ever volunteering with domestic violence organizations and working to raise awareness about financial abuse and the hidden dangers of toxic relationships. Her involvement in these causes gave her a sense of purpose, but it didn't erase the pain. Every time she helped a woman escape an abusive relationship, she was reminded of the betrayal and violence that had torn her own family apart. Ryan, on the other hand, continued to grapple with his feelings of anger and confusion. Though he had attempted to repair his relationship with his mother, the bitterness he felt toward her had never fully dissipated. To him, she had been weak for allowing their father to dictate so much of their lives. He resented her for not seeing the warning signs and for not protecting him and Emily from their father's darkness. Over time, Ryan's anger became more focused inward, leading to his struggles with addiction and his strained relationship with his mother. He didn't want to be like his father, but at times he felt trapped in a cycle of self-destructive behavior that seemed to mirror his father's. For Thomas Hayes, life in prison had not been easy. His time behind bars was filled with constant reminders of the crime he had committed. The wealthy, influential businessman, who had once been admired by the townspeople, was now a convicted murderer, spending his days in a cell far removed from the life he had once known. The betrayal of his family, particularly his children, weighed heavily on him. He had lost everything: his company, his wealth, his reputation, and most painfully his family. His relationship with Emily and Ryan had been shattered beyond repair, and he knew that no amount of contrition would ever be enough to make amends for the irreversible harm he had caused. In prison, Thomas was subjected to the harsh realities of life behind bars. He was frequently isolated from the general population due to the nature of his crime. In the eyes of other inmates, he was no better than a coward who had murdered his own wife. The whispers about his crime followed him everywhere he went, and though he had once been admired for his business acumen, he was now regarded as little more than a villain. He spent most of his time alone, reflecting on the series of decisions that had led him to that dark, irreversible moment. And in the quiet of his cell, he came to understand that his actions had not only taken the life of his wife, but also destroyed the lives of his children, people he would never be able to make whole again. The effects of Allison's murder rippled through the community long after Thomas's conviction. It sparked conversations about domestic violence, the pressures of maintaining appearances, and the hidden struggles that many families faced behind closed doors. For many in Springfield, it was a wake-up call, a reminder that even the most seemingly perfect families could harbor terrible secrets. The story of the Hayes family served as a somber lesson about the dangers of unchecked ambition, the corrosive effects of greed, and the tragic consequences of betrayal. In the aftermath, Springfield saw a significant increase in the number of community-driven initiatives aimed at helping those affected by domestic violence and financial manipulation. Several local organizations, inspired by Allison's commitment to helping others, set up foundations in her name to support survivors. Emily, as one of the central figures in her mother's foundation, worked tirelessly to raise awareness about the dangers of financial abuse and to provide resources for women in precarious situations. Though the wound left by her mother's death could never truly heal, Emily found solace in knowing that her mother's legacy lived on through the people she had touched. Ryan, for his part, eventually found a way to rebuild his life. It was a long and difficult road, filled with setbacks and moments of doubt, but he gradually began to understand the depth of the trauma he had endured. With the help of therapy and a supportive group of friends, Ryan started to heal. He worked through his anger and resentment, learning to accept that the person he had once admired was not the man he thought he knew. Slowly, Ryan began to reconcile with the reality of his father's actions and make peace with his own choices. Though the pain of losing his mother would never leave him entirely, he started to rebuild relationships with other family members and even began to take steps toward forgiveness. Thomas Hayes's actions had destroyed more than just his wife's life. They had shattered the lives of everyone who had once relied on him. But as the years went by, the healing process began for the people most affected by his crime. Though their paths were difficult and filled with emotional hurdles, Emily and Ryan began to reclaim control over their lives, refusing to let the darkness of their past define their futures. Springfield, too, began to heal. The scars of the murder remained, but the community slowly began to rebuild itself, focused on supporting one another and creating a safer, more compassionate environment for all its residents. The tragedy that had once seemed to tear everything apart now served as a reminder that, even in the face of overwhelming darkness, there could still be hope for redemption and recovery. Story 7. The icy winds of January 2002 swept through the small town of Pinehurst, a place that had been known for its quiet streets and tight-knit community. The people of Pinehurst were unprepared for the horror that would unfold that fateful winter morning, a crime that would shatter the town's sense of safety and leave it grappling with a dark reality. It began on the morning of January 15th, when the local police received an urgent call around 7:45 a.m. The voice on the other end of the line was frantic, almost unrecognizable through the hysterics. It was the wife of George Blackwell, a well-known businessman and philanthropist in Pinehurst. Her name was Margaret Blackwell, and her voice trembled as she described the grisly scene she had discovered in their family home. He's dead. He's dead. I found him in the study. There's so much blood," Margaret cried. The dispatcher struggled to keep the woman calm as she immediately dispatched officers to the Blackwell residence on Elm Street. The Blackwell family had been respected members of the community for years, known for their generosity and involvement in local charities. George Blackwell was a wealthy man, a successful businessman who had built a fortune in real estate, and Margaret, his wife, had always been seen as the perfect counterpart, a gracious and elegant woman who shared her husband's philanthropic interests. When the police arrived at the scene, they were met with a chilling sight. George Blackwell's lifeless body lay slumped in a chair in the study of his grand home. His face was battered, and there was a large pool of blood surrounding him. The violence of the crime was immediately apparent. It was clear that George had been struck multiple times, his head showing signs of blunt force trauma. His clothing, once pristine, was now stained with blood, and his eyes were wide open in shock, frozen in a final, horrified expression. Detective David Walker, a seasoned investigator with the Pinehurst Police Department, was quickly assigned to the case. He immediately began his investigation, carefully combing through the house. The rest of the Blackwell family was nowhere to be found. The two children, Daniel and Sarah, were away at school, and Margaret was in the living room, still in a state of shock. She was unable to provide any useful information at that point, and her trembling hands made it clear that she was overwhelmed by the situation. Detective Walker spoke with the officers who had arrived first and gathered the initial details. Margaret had claimed to have found her husband's body early that morning when she went to bring him his coffee, only to stumble upon the grisly scene. There were no signs of forced entry into the house, which immediately struck Walker as odd. If someone had entered the house to kill George Blackwell, they would have had to have done so without leaving a trace of their presence. The house was large, and the study where George had been found was located toward the back of the home, a secluded area. As Walker walked through the house, examining each room, his mind began to churn with possibilities. Who could have done this? And more importantly, why? Margaret was taken to the station for questioning, but she appeared to be too distraught to offer any meaningful information. She was visibly shaken, unable to recall anything helpful about her husband's life in the days leading up to the murder. When asked about possible enemies or individuals who might have had a motive to harm her husband, Margaret could only shake her head. George, she insisted, had been well liked by everyone. He had no known enemies. Detective Walker was not convinced. George Blackwell had been a successful businessman, and anyone who had the ambition to succeed at his level had to have made enemies along the way. Walker began to dig into George's business dealings, searching for clues that might explain why someone would want him dead. As the investigation unfolded over the next few days, Walker began to uncover some troubling information. It appeared that George had been involved in a number of high-stakes real estate deals that had turned sour. He had been in the middle of several major projects, but there had been increasing tension in the past few months. In particular, George had been involved in a highly controversial project that involved the demolition of several older buildings in the downtown area to make way for a new development. There had been significant protests from the local community, and some of the business owners whose properties were slated for demolition had made public statements about their dissatisfaction with George's plans. Among the most vocal of these critics was Daniel Rizzo, a local businessman who owned one of the buildings that was to be torn down. Rizzo had been a thorn in George's side for months, publicly accusing him of disregarding the historical significance of the buildings and showing little regard for the small business owners in the area. Rizzo's protests had even escalated to threats, though he had never been formally implicated in any violent acts. However, his anger toward George was well known, and Walker took note of it. In the days that followed, Walker's investigation led him to a series of conversations with people who knew George well. Some of them spoke highly of him, describing him as a charitable man with a strong sense of community. Others, however, painted a different picture. They described a man who was ruthless in his business dealings, willing to use underhanded tactics to secure the best deals. Some even suggested that George's success had come at the expense of others. The breakthrough in the case came when Walker's team managed to obtain a phone record that showed a series of calls made by George to an unknown number just days before his death. The calls were brief, but they were enough to raise suspicion. Detective Walker quickly traced the number to none other than Daniel Rizzo. The discovery of these phone calls was a pivotal moment in the investigation. Rizzo was brought in for questioning. He denied any involvement in the murder of George Blackwell, but the evidence against him continued to build. Walker soon learned that George had threatened to expose some of Rizzo's financial dealings in an attempt to force him into agreeing to the demolition project. Rizzo had been facing a financial crisis, and the loss of his building would have been catastrophic to his business. The tension between him and George had reached a boiling point. When confronted with the mounting evidence, Rizzo finally broke down. He admitted to being involved in the murder, though his explanation painted a picture of a man pushed to the edge by George's relentless tactics. Rizzo confessed that he had gone to George's home on the morning of January 15th, intending only to confront him about the demolition project. But when the conversation escalated into a heated argument, Rizzo lost control. He struck George in a moment of blind rage, and in the chaos that followed, he he delivered the fatal blows. It was a crime of passion, a reaction to months of pressure and frustration that had finally exploded. Rizzo was arrested and charged with the murder of George Blackwell. The town of Pinehurst was left in shock, as the revelation that the murder had been a result of a business dispute left many residents questioning how far ambition and greed could drive a person. The Blackwell family, already devastated by the loss, now had to deal with the truth of George's life, an uncomfortable truth that would haunt them for years to come. The case was eventually taken to trial, and Rizzo was convicted of second-degree murder. As the years passed, the town of Pinehurst slowly began to recover from the shock. The Blackwell family struggled to heal, but they found comfort in knowing that George's murder had been brought to justice, even if the truth of his actions had tarnished the memory of the man they had once loved. The murder of George Blackwell, once a symbol of the dangers of unchecked ambition and greed, became a cautionary tale for the residents of Pinehurst. It reminded them of the fragility of success and the lengths to which some people might go to protect their interests. The trial of Daniel Rizzo became a spectacle in Pinehurst, one that captured the attention of the entire town. The courtroom was filled with townspeople eager to learn more about the details of George Blackwell's death and how a successful businessman could be brought to such a tragic end. For Margaret and the children, the trial was another painful chapter in an already excruciating story. They had learned over time that George's business dealings were far from pristine, but hearing the full extent of his actions from the witness stand was a bitter pill to swallow. Margaret Blackwell sat quietly in the front row, her hands tightly clasped in her lap. She looked smaller, diminished by the events of the past few weeks, as though the weight of the trial was crushing her. She had not anticipated that the man she had once loved and trusted could be the architect of so many conflicts, or that the life they had built together was laced with such deception. Daniel Rizzo's words, though difficult to hear, confirmed the worst of her fears. Her husband's legacy was not that of a philanthropic businessman, but of a man willing to trample over anyone in his path to maintain his wealth and status. The prosecution wasted no time in presenting its case. The courtroom was filled with evidence that painted a chilling portrait of George Blackwell's last days and the role that Daniel Rizzo had played in his demise. The prosecution introduced phone records, showing the numerous calls between George and Rizzo leading up to the murder. They argued that these calls had been attempts by George to coerce Rizzo into compliance with his demands, further heightening the already tense relationship between the two men. The defense, in turn, argued that Rizzo had not intended to kill George, but had acted in a moment of blind rage. His actions, they claimed, were the result of an emotional breakdown caused by the immense pressure George had placed on him. As the trial progressed, more details about George's dealings with Rizzo were revealed. The evidence showed that George had threatened to expose Rizzo's financial instability if he did not agree to sell his property. This, the defense argued, had pushed Rizzo over the edge. He had simply wanted to confront George about the demands he had made, but the confrontation had turned violent when George, according to Rizzo's testimony, had become belligerent and threatened to ruin his life. Rizzo's account of the incident was shaky at best, but the emotion in his voice when he recounted the argument was palpable. It seemed that, while he had been driven by anger and fear, he had never truly anticipated that his actions would end in murder. Despite the defense's attempt to paint the murder as an act of passion, the evidence pointed clearly to premeditation. Witnesses had testified to Rizzo's increasingly erratic behavior in the days leading up to the murder. He had been seen visiting George's business offices on several occasions, attempting to negotiate and make his demands known. In the days before the murder, Rizzo had been struggling to keep his business afloat, his mounting debts threatening to destroy him. When he finally snapped, it was clear that the rage he had been harboring for months had reached its breaking point. Daniel Rizzo's defense team argued that he was not the villain the prosecution had made him out to be. They painted him as a man who had been pushed to the brink by the ruthless tactics of a powerful businessman. They pointed to his troubled past and his financial struggles as evidence that he was simply a victim of circumstance, a man who had lost control in the face of overwhelming pressure. But the jury, after deliberating for several hours, saw through this argument. They understood that while Rizzo's actions had been spurred by intense personal and professional frustrations, it was clear that he had made a conscious choice to act with violence. He had taken the life of a man who had once been a prominent figure in the town, and he had done so with a clear intention of ending the conflict once and for all. The verdict came as a relief to many, though it did little to undo the damage that had been done. Daniel Rizzo was found guilty of second-degree murder, a charge that reflected both the rage he had acted out of and the fact that the crime had not been entirely premeditated. The jury had been unable to come to a unanimous decision on first-degree murder, but they agreed that Rizzo's actions had been driven by intense emotion and a desire to silence George once and for all. Rizzo was sentenced to 25 years in prison, a sentence that seemed harsh given his emotional breakdown, but was seen by many as justified given the brutal nature of the crime. For the Blackwell family, however, the sentence did little to ease their pain. Margaret and the children were left with the haunting realization that George's death had not been a random act of violence, but the culmination of a series of choices made by the man they had trusted. They were forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that George's ambition and ruthless drive had led him to the point where even his closest relationships could not withstand the strain. In the weeks that followed the trial, the town of Pinehurst began to heal. The shock of George Blackwell's murder had reverberated through every corner of the community, and it had forced many to reconsider their own values and priorities. George's legacy as a businessman had been tarnished, but his death had sparked a conversation about the lengths to which people would go to protect their financial interests and their reputations. People began to talk more openly about the pressures they faced in their own lives, and the sense of community that had once defined Pinehurst seemed to grow stronger in the wake of the tragedy. Margaret Blackwell, though devastated by the loss of her husband, found a renewed sense of purpose. In the months following the trial, she became an advocate for victims of financial abuse, working with local charities to raise awareness about the dangers of financial manipulation and the often hidden toll it took on families. Her work allowed her to channel her grief into something positive, something that might prevent others from suffering as she had. While she knew she could never fully recover from the loss of George, she was determined to make sure that his death would not be in vain. The Blackwell children, Daniel and Sarah, also began to rebuild their lives, though their paths were far from easy. Sarah, who had been deeply affected by the loss of her father, threw herself into her studies and eventually pursued a career in social work, hoping to help others who had experienced trauma and loss. Daniel, on the other hand, struggled with feelings of anger and confusion for many years. Though he had never been as close to his father as Sarah had been, the realization that George's actions had been the catalyst for the tragedy weighed heavily on him. He too sought counseling and eventually found a way to process the pain, but the scars left by his father's death remained. For Daniel Rizzo, his time in prison was a grim reminder of the price of his actions. He spent his days reflecting on the decision that had altered his life and the lives of so many others. Though he had found a measure of peace through therapy and rehabilitation, he knew that the damage he had caused could never be undone. The guilt he felt over the death of George Blackwell would haunt him for the rest of his days. The events surrounding George Blackwell's murder in January 2002 continued to haunt the town of Pinehurst for years to come. It was a tragedy that none would soon forget, and it forced everyone to confront uncomfortable truths about ambition, greed, and the human capacity for violence. As the town moved forward, it carried with it the memory of a man who had been loved by many, but whose actions had ultimately led to his untimely death. The town of Pinehurst, though scarred by the tragedy, slowly began to find its way back to a semblance of normalcy. The community had been shaken to its core, but over time, people came to understand the complex web of circumstances that had led to George Blackwell's murder. It wasn't simply a senseless killing, it was a consequence of unchecked ambition, mounting personal pressures, and the lengths to which a desperate man would go to preserve his livelihood. The murder had forced the residents of Pinehurst to confront the darker side of their small-town existence, the realities that often lurked beneath the surface of idyllic, suburban life. As the years passed, Pinehurst found itself evolving. Many residents, once oblivious to the tension that had built up between George Blackwell and the local business owners, began to reflect on the broader picture of power dynamics and greed that had dominated the town. George Blackwell, once seen as a benefactor, had been revealed to have been driven by an insatiable desire for wealth and control. His seemingly charitable deeds were now viewed through a different lens, and some questioned whether he had ever truly cared about the well-being of the town or its people. Some residents began to view his philanthropic acts as a means to create a favorable public image, a mask for his more ruthless and calculating nature. Despite the heavy atmosphere of change, the Blackwell family remained an important part of Pinehurst's social fabric. Margaret, though forever altered by the events of January 2002, continued to be a force for good in the community. She took the tragedy and turned it into a platform for advocacy, speaking out on behalf of those who had suffered financial exploitation and abuse. Her experience had taught her firsthand the dangers of wealth and power when used irresponsibly, and she made it her mission to ensure that no one else would suffer the way she had. Margaret's work was supported by many in the town, including former associates of George's who had once admired him. Some of them, having learned the truth about his dealings, expressed deep regret and sought to make amends by supporting Margaret's efforts. Others, however, remained silent, their complicity in George's actions now weighing heavily on their consciences. But for Margaret, the journey was not about seeking validation from others, it was about healing. The pain of losing her husband was never fully alleviated, but her work in raising awareness for victims of financial abuse gave her a sense of purpose. As for Sarah Blackwell, she eventually moved away from Pinehurst to attend college and pursue a career in social work. Though the pain of her father's death would never entirely leave her, she found solace in helping others navigate difficult circumstances. Her experience with loss, coupled with the revelations about her father's life, motivated her to focus on making a difference. She became an advocate for mental health awareness, understanding that the effects of trauma could last a lifetime. Her work focused on supporting individuals who had experienced abuse, whether financial, emotional, or physical, and providing them with the resources they needed to rebuild their lives. Daniel Blackwell, George's son, struggled more than his sister with the aftermath of the murder. He had always been somewhat distant from his father, but the tragedy forced him to grapple with complicated emotions, grief, anger, and confusion. At first, Daniel sought solace in anger, questioning why his father had been taken from him, and why his father had lived a life that had ultimately led to his death. But as the years passed, he found a way to cope. He channeled his frustration into volunteering for causes related to at-risk youth and conflict resolution, hoping that by helping others avoid the pitfalls that had ensnared his father, he could find a way to forgive both George and himself. For Daniel Rizzo, life in prison was both a punishment and a form of self-imposed penance. His remorse for killing George Blackwell was palpable, but no amount of time in prison could undo the irreversible damage he had caused. Rizzo, once a successful businessman himself, had seen his life spiral out of control after the murder. The weight of his actions weighed heavily on him, and he spent much of his time reflecting on the decisions that had led him to that moment. In prison, he attended therapy, took anger management courses, and sought ways to rehabilitate himself. He was determined to change, but he knew that no amount of change could ever bring George back, nor could it bring peace to the Blackwell family. Over the years, Rizzo became a more subdued man. The rage that had once consumed him had dulled, replaced by a deep sense of sorrow. He knew that the person he had been before the murder was gone, replaced by someone who could no longer afford to look the other way when it came to the consequences of his actions. He had been a man who had let his desperation guide him to violence, and now he had to live with the knowledge that he had taken a life and forever changed the lives of those around him. For the Blackwell family, life would never be the same. They had to live with the knowledge that the man they had trusted and loved was not the person they had once believed him to be. They had to reconcile the public persona of George Blackwell with the private man that had been revealed through his death. In many ways, George had been a man of contradictions, benevolent to some, but callous and manipulative to others. His death exposed the complexities of his character and left his family to navigate a new reality that was filled with both grief and confusion. The murder of George Blackwell served as a reminder to the people of Pinehurst of the hidden darkness that can lie behind even the most seemingly perfect facades. It was a stark illustration of how ambition and power could destroy lives, not only of the victims but of the perpetrators as well. The town, while healing, carried with it the weight of this tragic event, a reminder that things were not always as they appeared, and that greed and anger could have devastating consequences. As time went on, the town of Pinehurst grew quieter, but the memory of the Blackwell murder never fully faded. It was a chapter in the town's history that would forever be associated with the complexity of human nature. The tension between outward success and inner turmoil, between ambition and integrity. Pinehurst had been irrevocably changed, but its residents had learned valuable lessons in the aftermath of that winter morning. They had learned that no one, no matter how successful or admired, was immune to the pressures of life, and that the choices they made could have far-reaching consequences. The legacy of George Blackwell and Daniel Rizzo would never be erased. Pinehurst would always remember the events of January 2002, but it would also move forward, striving to be a community that understood the importance of both success and morality, ambition and kindness. The murder of George Blackwell, tragic as it was, served as a turning point in the town's evolution, a dark lesson that would not soon be forgotten. Story 8. In the cold winter of January 2002, the city of Brooklyn, New York, was rocked by the shocking murder of a prominent community figure, Vincent Harris, a local businessman known for his charitable work and extensive network in the real estate market. His death would unravel a web of deceit, betrayal, and buried secrets that would leave the city reeling for months to come. It all began on a particularly frigid evening when Vincent, a 45-year-old entrepreneur, was found dead in his luxury penthouse apartment in downtown Brooklyn. Vincent Harris was a self-made millionaire who had built his empire from the ground up. He had grown up in a working-class neighborhood in Queens, and his rise to the top had been marked by hard work, sharp business acumen, and an ability to cultivate relationships with powerful figures in the city. But despite his success, he was not without his enemies. Over the years, Vincent had made enemies in business, many of whom he had outmaneuvered in deals, leaving them financially ruined. He also had a reputation for being ruthless in negotiations, often pushing people to the edge in order to secure his business interests. Despite this, he had managed to maintain a public image as a philanthropist, donating large sums to local charities, supporting youth programs, and establishing scholarships for underprivileged students. For most people in Brooklyn, Vincent was a well-respected figure who seemed to have everything: money, influence, and power. It was on the evening of January 15, 2002, that everything came crashing down. Vincent's assistant, Claire Thompson, arrived at his apartment around 7 p.m. for a scheduled meeting. When she entered his office, she found the door ajar. Inside, the sight that greeted her was one of sheer horror. Vincent was slumped over his desk, lifeless, with a gunshot wound to the back of his head. His office, a spacious room filled with expensive furniture and artwork, was otherwise untouched, with no signs of a struggle. Claire immediately called 911, but by the time the police arrived, it was too late. Detective Michael Carter, a seasoned investigator with the Brooklyn Police Department, was assigned to the case. Carter had seen his fair share of violent crimes, but something about Vincent Harris's death struck him as unusual. The clean execution-style murder, with no apparent signs of forced entry or a robbery gone wrong, suggested that this was a targeted killing. The fact that Vincent was so well known and had so many connections made the case even more complicated. Carter quickly realized that this wasn't just a simple homicide. It was a case that could have far-reaching implications for the community. The investigation began with the usual routine, interviewing family members, friends, and colleagues. Vincent's estranged wife, Amanda Harris, was the first to be questioned. She and Vincent had been separated for nearly 2 years after a tumultuous marriage that had ended in a bitter divorce. Despite the animosity between them, Amanda was visibly shaken by the news of his death. She claimed that their relationship had been over for a long time, and that she had no idea who would want to harm Vincent. There were no reports of threats or confrontations, and Amanda had not seen Vincent in weeks. Vincent's business associates, however, painted a different picture. They described him as a man who had made a lot of enemies, particularly in the real estate world. Over the years, Vincent had acquired multiple properties, often by outbidding smaller developers or using aggressive tactics to seize control of lucrative deals. One of the most contentious disputes had been with a rival developer, Richard Carmichael, who had once been a close business partner of Vincent's, but had fallen out with him after a major project went south. The two had clashed over the development of a luxury residential building in downtown Brooklyn, and Vincent's decision to back out of the deal had led to a significant financial loss for Carmichael. Carter began to focus on Carmichael, who had a well-known reputation for harboring grudges and using underhanded tactics to get what he wanted. However, after speaking with Carmichael, the detective found no hard evidence to link him to the murder. Carmichael appeared to have an alibi for the night of the killing, and his lawyer was quick to assert that there was no motive for him to murder Vincent. Still, Carter wasn't convinced. He believed that there was more to the story than met the eye. As the days passed, the investigation took a more personal turn. Claire Thompson, the assistant who had discovered Vincent's body, became a focal point of the inquiry. She was one of the few people who had been close to Vincent in recent months, and her presence at the scene of the crime raised suspicions. Claire was a young woman in her late 20s who had worked for Vincent for over 3 years. She had a reputation for being efficient, loyal, and quiet. However, during her interview with Detective Carter, she appeared nervous, and her responses to some of the questions seemed evasive. She claimed that she had been working late at the office when she discovered Vincent's body, and that she had not seen anyone else in the building that evening. Carter decided to dig deeper into Claire's background, and what he uncovered was surprising. Claire had once been involved in a short-term relationship with Vincent, a fact that she had never mentioned during her initial interviews. The relationship had ended badly, with Vincent ending things abruptly after learning that Claire had been seeing another man at the same time. Vincent, it seemed, had been known for his vindictive nature when it came to matters of the heart. Claire had been devastated by the breakup, and had even filed a restraining order against Vincent for a brief period. Detective Carter soon discovered that Claire's motives were far from innocent. It was revealed that Claire had been deeply in debt, struggling with gambling problems that had spiraled out of control. In the months leading up to Vincent's death, Claire had become increasingly desperate for money. Carter learned from local sources that she had been seen at several high-stakes poker tables, gambling away large sums of money in the hopes of winning back what she had lost. Her financial troubles had been a closely guarded secret, but her debts were mounting, and she had no way out. As Carter pieced together the puzzle, he uncovered a chilling motive for the murder. Claire had gone to Vincent's apartment that night under the guise of discussing work, but she had something else in mind. Knowing that Vincent had a large amount of cash in his safe, she had planned to rob him. When Vincent had refused to give her money, the confrontation turned violent. In a fit of rage, Claire shot him, staging the scene to make it appear like a professional hit. She had hoped to get away with the crime, but her plan unraveled when the police traced her movements that night. Surveillance footage from a nearby building showed her leaving the apartment complex just minutes after the shooting. With the evidence stacking up against her, Claire was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. During the trial, the prosecution argued that Claire had meticulously planned the murder in an attempt to escape her financial problems. The defense, however, claimed that the shooting had been a crime of passion, a result of a heated argument that had spiraled out of control. Despite the defense's claims, the jury found Claire Thompson guilty of first-degree murder, and she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The murder of Vincent Harris sent shockwaves through the Brooklyn community. It was a tragedy that revealed the darker side of a seemingly perfect life. Vincent's reputation as a philanthropist and businessman was forever tainted by the revelation of his complicated relationships and the enemies he had made over the years. But it was also a stark reminder of how desperation and hidden secrets could lead people to commit unspeakable acts. As for Claire Thompson, her life was forever changed. The woman who had once been loyal to Vincent Harris would now spend the rest of her days behind bars, paying for the devastating consequences of her actions. In the months following the murder of Vincent Harris, Brooklyn was in a state of disbelief. The shockwaves of his death rippled throughout the community as more details of his life came to light. His murder had brought the hidden corruption and the dark side of his personality to the forefront, exposing not only his ruthless business practices, but also the complex web of relationships that had surrounded him. The revelation of Claire Thompson's involvement in the crime left many stunned, as she had been seen as a quiet, professional assistant. No one could have predicted her dark motives. The media coverage surrounding the case intensified as the trial of Claire Thompson began. It became a spectacle, drawing in crowds from both within Brooklyn and beyond, fascinated by the story of betrayal, financial desperation, and a seemingly perfect life turned to tragedy. Claire, a once timid figure, was now thrust into the public eye. She had become a symbol of the consequences of hidden debts and emotional desperation. As the prosecution laid out its case, Claire's involvement in Vincent's murder became clearer. Witnesses testified to her financial struggles, detailing the mounting debts from her gambling habits. It was revealed that Claire had taken out loans from shady lenders, leading her deeper into a spiral of debt she could not escape. Her ex-boyfriend, who had been an integral part of her life for a brief period before their separation, took the stand to reveal details about their tumultuous relationship. His testimony painted a picture of Claire's deepening obsession with money and her increasing emotional instability. The fact that she had once been an upstanding employee in Vincent's company now seemed like a mere mask for the person she had become, a woman willing to kill to solve her financial woes. The assistant who had once been known for her diligence and efficiency was now seen as a cold-blooded murderer. The prosecution presented Claire's troubled past, not just her gambling addiction, but her need to maintain a facade of wealth and success. It was revealed that Vincent had become increasingly wary of her behavior. He had even confided in a few close colleagues about his concerns, suspecting that Claire was hiding something from him. However, no one could have predicted that the assistant who had worked for him so closely would one day turn on him in the most brutal of ways. The defense, meanwhile, attempted to portray Claire as a victim, caught in the grip of her financial troubles and emotional turmoil. They argued that the murder had been a crime of passion rather than premeditated. They tried to suggest that Claire had not planned Vincent's death, but had acted impulsively in the heat of an argument, an attempt to pressure him into giving her the money she so desperately needed. The defense's strategy hinged on trying to reduce Claire's culpability by casting doubt on her level of intent, but the prosecution countered with the damning evidence of her cold, calculated actions in the aftermath of the murder. The defense's argument fell flat in the face of overwhelming evidence. Forensic analysis of the crime scene had shown that Vincent's death had not been the result of a single impulsive shot, but rather a targeted and deliberate act. Claire had shot him once in the back of the head, and there was no indication of a struggle. She had then carefully staged the scene to make it look like a professional hit, erasing any sign that she had been involved. The detectives had traced her steps back to the scene, and the surveillance footage showing her leaving the building after the crime left little room for doubt. She had meticulously planned the murder, hoping to escape with the money she believed she was entitled to, only to be caught in a web of her own lies. As the trial neared its conclusion, the weight of Claire's actions became undeniable. Vincent's family, who had been supportive of her throughout the years, were devastated by her betrayal. His brother, Michael Harris, made a heart-wrenching statement during the trial, detailing how they had trusted Claire and treated her like family. His voice cracked as he spoke about the loss of his brother and the deep sense of betrayal that he felt towards someone who had once been a close confidant. Despite the emotional impact of the trial, it was clear that the jury had made up their minds. On the final day, Claire Thompson was found guilty of first-degree murder. The judge, in his sentencing remarks, spoke of the cold and calculated nature of the crime. He expressed no sympathy for Claire's financial troubles, emphasizing the calculated nature of her actions and the innocent life that had been lost as a result. Claire's defense team, though disappointed with the verdict, immediately filed for an appeal, arguing that there had been a miscarriage of justice. But the community's response was clear: justice had been served. In the aftermath of the trial, the case continued to haunt the residents of Brooklyn. Vincent Harris's murder had exposed the darkness that could lurk beneath the surface of a seemingly successful life. It had reminded people that appearances could be deceiving, and that the truth could be hidden behind layers of wealth, power, and ambition. For many, it was a sobering reminder that even those who appeared to have it all could be driven to desperation, leading them down dangerous paths. Claire Thompson's conviction, however, did little to heal the wounds that had been left in the wake of Vincent's death. The Harris family, while they had sought justice, could not undo the emotional toll that the tragedy had caused. Vincent's children, who had once looked up to their father as a role model and hero, were now forced to contend with the reality that their father had been murdered by someone he had trusted. They were left with not only the pain of losing their father, but also the knowledge that the woman who had been so close to their family had taken his life. Vincent's death also sparked a larger conversation about the pressures of success and the lengths people would go to in order to maintain their wealth and status. For the residents of Brooklyn, it was a wake-up call, an unsettling reminder that even those who seemed to have everything could be driven by greed, desperation, and personal demons. The case of Vincent Harris's murder left an indelible mark on the community, and the memory of his tragic death would continue to echo throughout Brooklyn for years to come. For Claire Thompson, the aftermath of her crime was equally devastating. Sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, she was left to confront the reality of what she had done. The young woman who had once been so full of promise was now just another statistic, another person swallowed up by the criminal justice system. The money she had hoped to gain from Vincent's death had eluded her, and in the end, she had lost everything: her freedom, her reputation, and the trust of those who had once relied on her. In the cold cells of prison, Claire Thompson would have plenty of time to reflect on the choices that led her to murder. But no amount of reflection could ever bring back the life she had taken, or undo the irreversible damage she had caused. The murder of Vincent Harris had been a tragedy, not just for his family, but for the entire community that had once viewed him as a hero. And as for Claire, Her future now lay in the darkness of a prison cell, where the consequences of her actions would follow her for the rest of her days. As time passed, the shock of Vincent Harris's murder began to settle into the community's collective memory. But the ripple effects of his death continued to influence the lives of those who had been closest to him, as well as those who had once been connected to Claire Thompson. The story of Claire's involvement in the crime did not end with her conviction. In the years following her sentencing, public interest in the case persisted, and the impact of the murder would continue to unfold in surprising ways. Vincent's family, though they had found a sense of closure with Claire's conviction, remained haunted by the loss of their loved one. Michael Harris, Vincent's older brother, who had delivered a moving statement during the trial, found it difficult to cope with the reality of his brother's death. The Harris family's grief had been compounded by the betrayal from someone they had trusted and welcomed into their lives. Vincent's children, still in their teens at the time of the murder, had grown up in the shadow of their father's tragic end. Although they tried to move forward, the legacy of their father's death lingered. They would often speak about him in interviews, acknowledging the hole his absence had left in their lives, but also expressing a deep sense of anger toward the woman who had taken him from them. The media frenzy around the case never truly died down. In the years following the trial, there were countless articles, documentaries, and even podcasts dedicated to exploring the motives behind Claire's crime and the life of Vincent Harris. The case became a symbol of the darker side of ambition, how the pressure to succeed, the desire for wealth, and the willingness to betray those closest to you could lead to unspeakable consequences. Vincent's life had been marked by business success, public admiration, and philanthropic gestures, yet beneath the surface, he had a history of ruthless dealings and strained personal relationships. These revelations fueled the ongoing fascination with his life and death, making it difficult for anyone to forget. Claire Thompson's life behind bars was no easier than her trial. After her conviction, she spent the first few years of her sentence in solitary confinement, a move that was meant to protect her from other inmates who might view her as a high-profile prisoner. Claire had been treated as a pariah, someone whose crime was viewed as particularly heinous due to the nature of her betrayal and the violent execution of her former boss. The prison system had a way of stripping away the last remnants of dignity, and Claire found herself increasingly isolated from the outside world. Years into her sentence, Claire began to show signs of deep psychological trauma. While she had initially maintained a defiant stance, claiming that she had acted out of desperation and not premeditation, over time, she began to express regret for her actions. The walls of her cell became a reflection of the turmoil in her mind, and she began to write letters to the Harris family, apologizing for what she had done. She never received a response from them, and the one time she attempted to make a public apology through the media, she was met with a resounding silence. Vincent's family, still grieving the loss of their loved one, had no desire to hear from the woman who had taken him away from them. Although Claire had been branded as a murderer, there were occasional glimmers of doubt among some people who had known her. A few of her former colleagues who had worked alongside her in Vincent's company remained steadfast in their belief that Claire had been a product of circumstance. They pointed out that her personal struggles, her gambling addiction and financial troubles, had spiraled out of control, leading her to make the fatal decision. They felt that, in a different set of circumstances, Claire could have turned her life around. But those opinions were in the minority, as the overwhelming narrative surrounding Claire was one of cold calculation and betrayal. She had made a conscious choice to take Vincent's life, and nothing could erase that. Meanwhile, the memory of Vincent Harris began to fade from the public consciousness, replaced by newer stories and scandals. Yet, for those who had known him personally, his death remained a significant chapter in their lives. Vincent's business partners, many of whom had benefited from his investments, began to publicly distance themselves from his legacy. Some even sought to capitalize on his death by taking over projects he had left behind, working to rebuild the relationships Vincent had once carefully cultivated. In the real estate world, Vincent's death became a cautionary tale. It highlighted the dangers of unchecked ambition, the harsh realities of the business world, and the potential for betrayal that could lurk behind the glittering surface of success. Many of his associates, some of whom had once seen him as a mentor, began to question the ethics of their own pursuits, reevaluating the decisions they had made in the wake of Vincent's passing. Some people began to see Vincent as a cautionary figure, a man whose unchecked ambition had led him into dangerous territory, leaving him vulnerable to betrayal even from those closest to him. For Claire Thompson, The years in prison were marked by ongoing reflection. She had tried to reach out to various rehabilitation programs, working on her mental health and addiction issues. However, her path to redemption remained unclear, as the trauma of taking someone's life was not something that could easily be undone. Claire's attempts to become involved in prison outreach programs, hoping to turn her story into one of reform, were met with mixed results. While some inmates saw her as a figure to learn from, others could not forgive the brutal nature of her crime. As the years wore on, Claire began to show signs of profound regret for her actions, but it was a regret that could never undo the life she had taken. Vincent's death had altered the lives of so many people, his family, his colleagues, and even the community that had once admired him. The layers of deception, betrayal, and financial desperation that had led to his murder were now part of the history of Brooklyn, a grim reminder of how greed and ambition could cloud a person's judgment and lead them down a dark path. In the end, Claire Thompson's story would never be one of redemption, nor would it be one of complete reconciliation with those she had wronged. Her life, like Vincent's, had been irrevocably changed by the choices they made, and the consequences would follow both of them for the rest of their lives. As for the people who had known Vincent Harris, they would forever carry the weight of his absence, never fully able to move on from the violent and unexpected end to his life.